Hi, Kimberly. Hello, KSF or KS. What's going on? Oh. How's Miss Kimberly doing today? My camera on here is going to start messing up. It always does. It'll get like little pink lines and shit through it. Oh. KS, if you can tell them over in the other stream if they want to, they can share this link out if people want to come in. Keeping warm? I'm trying. It's been really cold. Dude, let me tell you, Kentucky is a bad damn place. They are a Commonwealth state, and man, they just do whatever they want to do, and that, you know. And that ain't no joke. My real mother lives in Kentucky. What's the name of the song? Huh? Somebody made a comment on one of my videos. What's the name of the song? That don't make no sense. Oh. I guess that because of they want to hear the song themselves. Banana Anner, how you doing, honey? Hi, boo. I don't know if y'all have heard or not, Banana. An auditor and his family was arrested last night at their motel room, and that they did have warrants for him out of Kentucky, and that. And they arrested him right on live stream. You'll probably get to see it if you haven't got to see it. You'll see it on Auditor Trolls, and that he's going to do a video about it. I seen his it's Auditors of America, Last Days of Freedom. He was the guy that was attacked by the Metro cop in Nashville. Man, people are just commenting on my shorts. Another fake video. Well, right. Somebody had mentioned it in his stream that he was going to. I watch Frauditor Troll sometimes because he spins a narrative, and sometimes it's just crazy at some of the shit that comes out of his mouth. And it's good for a laugh every once in a while. I don't care if people make fun of me or not. You know, I'm nothing special. Hell, just look at me. I'm just an old country boy. Just an old guy with a phone. I knew you were a fat hillbilly. Yep, that's me, buddy. Thank you for your input. Well, whatever makes you happy, Bob. Whatever makes you happy, and congratulations and thank you for coming in and speaking your mind. That's your First Amendment right. I'm glad you're exercising it today. Yeah, it can leave the watermark on there if you use the free version or the paid version too. Because some people don't change it. Like I changed mine, you know. Thank you, Shauna. Oh look, my first time getting some hate today. I'm a fat hillbilly. That's great. Tell me something I haven't heard before. Oh. How's the weather in California, Banana? Dad's doing good, honey. Thank you for asking. Especially after he's gotten some in-home health care and stuff like that, that he needed and everything. He's doing really well. He said, I knew you were a stupid, fat, hillbilly loser. Oh, Lord. What's up, Josh? How are you, my man? Good to see you, sir. Listen, guys, I don't know if a lot of y'all in here, well, I watch Josh all the time, Accountability for All. I watch all their videos, his and Banana's both. I love their videos. Love what they do. I just haven't learned to be that ruthless yet. It's my hillbilly ways, I guess. But I have stole one of his lines. I picked up that, and that's the reason I stopped you today. I like that, especially at the end of the video. That and fuck knuckle. I just don't think that there's enough support, for small channels and stuff. And I'm just an old hillbilly with a camera. That irritates some people. Me and my wife, we go around and we visit places and we try to be nice. I give off the same energy that they give me. If you're good to me, I'm good to you. You're mean to me, I'll be mean right back. That is the way I look at it. I watched Josh and Anna and Leroy Truth. And that guy's awesome, man. I like Leroy. Leroy Truth Investigations. He's a good guy. And I watched Long Island Audit and a bunch of others. Some that probably don't even know I exist. DMA. I watch them. I watch Reagan. And that. I don't always talk when I go into lives, though. I just sit and watch sometimes. And, sometimes it's best to be an observer. And that. I think so anyway. Let me give y'all the link if you want it. And I don't, let's see. I ain't too worried about trolls. They don't bother me too much. Everybody's got a right to speak their own mind. You know, you're free to speak your mind everywhere, like that song. You know, I don't care about people speaking their mind if that's what they want to do. As long as you're not talking crap about my family and my kids, I don't care what you do. You know, most of my regular people that come in here from when we do auctions and stuff online and everything, we do a lot of auctions and stuff. We buy storage units and stuff, and we do some auctions online and stuff. You know, I've never blocked anybody. The only people that have ever been blocked in my channel has been porn bots. And when somebody talked about my family and griefed an old lady that comes in here, and that, other than that, you can say whatever you want to about me. I am fat, and I am a redneck, and I am a hillbilly, and I'm kind of like Eminem when it comes to that. Tell these people something they don't know about me. And for all you trolls, since y'all always claiming that auditors are not transparent, yes, I've been to jail. Matter of fact, I spent 18 months in prison. Sure did. Everybody that comes in here knows that. I've always made that very clear. I had an addiction problem. But listen, let me tell you something though. I haven't been arrested since 2007, and there's a reason for that, because I'm not breaking the law like I used to when I was stupid. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has something hidden away in their closet, and they keep it there because they don't want people to know. And that's what I was telling people on the other chat earlier, that, you know, these trolls, they feed off of stuff and they spin their own narrative. Everybody has a right to be a free person. And why would you get mad about somebody standing on a corner or in front of a business taking pictures, whether it be video, whatever? Okay, and I know there is some people out there that push the narrative, and that, you know, that push that narrative, and they but listen, why can't we put a little stress on our government officials? They put stress on us all the time. Think about it, guys. You know, and it's not like physically, but you know, they put stress on us figuring out how to pay taxes and how to take care of this and how to do that and which politician to vote for and blah blah blah. You know, and everybody has their own version of what's right and wrong. Your right may not be my right. Your wrong may not be my wrong. You know what I'm saying? It varies. Well, I appreciate that. Super happy. Thank you. I've been sober for a long time. Obviously, or I wouldn't be a fat redneck, right? I like groceries. But you know, just because I had a recreational problem, don't make me, there's certain words you can't say on YouTube. Just because you have a problem, you know, and you get past it, don't mean you're a bad person. Just because you don't mean you're a bad person. That means you messed up. Now, I will say this, and I don't care whether it fits into most people's narrative or whatever, you know, and I know there's some people that make mistakes or whatever and everything. I just don't have time for people who take advantage of children. I'll just put it that way. Okay. I have no sympathy for those people at all. I've made that very, very clear, you know, and it's just, it's one of those things where it's, you know, they've done it once, they'll do it again, as far as I'm concerned. And You know, just one thing I don't think anybody can cure. Just my opinion. And if that makes people mad, then I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion. And hell, guys, for the trolls sitting out there, you don't have to go far to find out who I am. Matter of fact, just go watch my last video. I gave my name, my first and last name, in our last audit we done. Hello, Ryan. How are you, sir? You know? So if you want to look me up, look me up. I ain't got a damn thing to hide. I've got a criminal record. I don't care who knows it. Matter of fact, most of everybody that's regular here for over the last year and a half will tell you they already know. But that's not why I do what I do. And it's not because I'm afraid of the cops or I hate the cops. Matter of fact, I've got law enforcement in my family. My uncle Jimmy was head of the TBI here in Nashville. And that was in the military. He served in the military for almost 22 years. And he's disabled now. God bless him. He gave a lot for this country. I support our vets, and you know, not all cops are bad. I don't think. I think what makes them bad is that power. They let that power go up here, and they forget that they're human, or they get caught up with other cops doing bad things, just like gang members. And that's a prime example, guys. Just like a gang, you can take a good kid and you can put them in a gang, you know, that never done anything wrong, and eventually they'll start doing what everybody else is doing because it's the cool thing to do, or you know, they don't want to get in trouble. And a lot of the good officers that are doing what they're supposed to do can't say anything, because if they do, there's retaliation. They get fired, or they get wrote up, or they get moved to another department or something, you know, or get blacklisted and can't even get a job in a good department. And that's the honest to God's truth, you know. It's true, bro. That's right, Ryan. I mean, you know, not everybody's bad. You know what I mean? We make mistakes. We're human. You know, sometimes mistakes may not be criminal, you know. That sounds like I don't understand what you're saying, Super. Sorry, y'all can make fun of me if you want to, but back in 2012, I had a minor stroke, and sometimes my brain don't process things. You know, power tripping. Yeah, there's a lot of people that power trip, bro. I mean, I'm not trying to power trip. I have my own thoughts on things. Like I said, matter of fact, I've got friends that are in law enforcement. And that I got a TBI agent and another guy that's a deputy sheriff right here where we live that watches our channel. And that, you know. Oh, okay. I think everybody has freedoms that they don't know about, you know. It's amazing just how much every day our rights are violated, and as citizens of the United States, we don't realize that our rights are being violated every day, you know. Oh yeah, there's always going to be some kind of bad in government, or something like that, you know. And if you say something about it, you're an anti-government, or you're a radicalist, or you're a sovereign citizen, or you're a constitutionalist, or you're, in famous words of other people, you're a frauditor. You know, no, we're free Americans doing what we're legally given rights to do. Whether, you know, how we choose to do it is how we choose to do it. As long as I'm not breaking any laws, what am I hurting somebody by going into a courthouse, or I'm going into, you know what I'm saying, or any other place like that, and just exercising my right to film or to take pictures. And you know, I've heard over the last 4 months and everything, people say the same thing. Oh, well, they don't never tell them where it's going, or and that, and or what they're doing with that video or anything like that. Go watch any of y'all that have it. Go watch all of our audited videos. You'll see we're very transparent with everybody. I don't edit out anything. If the video is 10 minutes long, I post it. If it's 30 minutes long, I post it. There's nothing edited out of it, and there may be some dead air or whatever sometimes, but I don't never cut anything out. And it's not because I don't know how to edit, because I can. It's just I don't want everybody, you know, I want to be very transparent. I like catching everybody's natural reaction. If I'm good to somebody, I want people to see that I'm good to somebody. If the people in a town hall, or the police department, or where post office, or wherever, are kind, I want everybody to see it. That not all these audits have to go bad. Like I told the lady in that last video, I can come in there with a camera and video. However you choose to react to it is your business. I can't force anybody to react to a situation. You know? You can't make people do bad things. People are going to do bad things regardless. You know, you can stand out on a street corner, guys. It happens. It don't matter who you are. You can stand out on a street corner, and you can be videotaping and not say a word to nobody. Somebody will come up to you because they have a problem with it. What are you filming for? Well, I'm just taking pictures in public, and that for no particular reason. You know, you don't, and that's all you got to say. And then they were like, well, you can't film me and you can't do this. And yeah, it happens all the time. Maybe not so much here in my little town. So far, everything that we've done, and see, that's another thing, guys. All of our audits have been right here where we live. Right here where we live in our small little town. And or the surrounding area where everybody knows me. I grew up here. You know what I'm saying? And out of all that we've done so far, we've only had problems with one person, and that was one of the ladies at the post office. Well, you know what, buddy? I've been punched in the face before, Bob. If you don't believe me, just look at my forehead, my friend. Look. See? Look at my big old nose. I've been punched in the face before. And I don't carry pepper spray. So, just saying. Hello, Mr. Leroy. How are you, sir? Good to see you, my man. Love your work. Leroy's from Florida. I lived in Florida for almost 15 years, and I loved it down there. And it was always fun. Always fun. Hold on just a minute, guys. Sorry about that, guys. My grandchild come in here, and I had to deal with that for just a minute. Oh, Indiana. Yeah, Leroy is running for first selectman, and that I can't wait to see how that turns out. That ought to be fun. Oh, Rudy Kim Jong Young. Man, that guy was crazy. If y'all haven't seen what I'm talking about, go watch Accountability for All on Leroy's channel. Man, that guy is crazy. It's just the corruption in that place is just wow. I've never seen a man be assaulted before for singing Christmas songs. That was a first. I've seen a lot of people get assaulted for a lot of things, but never for singing a Christmas song. Just started, bro. And that still learning. You know, a lot of people, for anybody that wants to come up, you're on the panel, you're welcome. I can host up to 10 people at a time. A lot of people want to say whatever they want to say. I just see ooh, let me relax a minute. I have ADHD really bad, and sometimes I get ahead of myself. It's also side effects of the stroke that I had in 2012, and I know people are going to sit here, oh God, you had a stroke and you smoke, and yeah, I do, and I eat fatty foods and stuff like that, I need to get on regular YouTube for a second. Bring up my own stream here. Okay, there, it's muted. No. I'm not used to all this different types of moderators. There you go, Mr. Leroy. Now you can post your link if you would like, sir. Let me there. It's hard. You can't make somebody a moderator through StreamYard. Oh yeah. Maybe I'll get Josh and Leroy to come on one night, guys. And they can tell you about what they've got going on and some stuff like that. I'd like to have them on as a guest one evening. And they can tell you about the university and all that good stuff. Whatever. see if Sam can be bailed out. I don't know. Tennessee is funny, man. Some of that stuff that is going on with them, I think a little bit of it is retaliation because of what happened with him and the cop and everything. But there's a lot of people that are going to be vindictive, and they're always trying to find something on you and some way to bring you down. And that's the problem with the world today. I'm pushing almost 50 years old, and I just don't understand why people have got to be so cruel to everybody. Hello.
Hey, it's KS4. I called down to Logan County and asked them down in Richville, Kentucky. Asked them if somebody could come pay the bond so she could get out of Tennessee. They said no. They'll have to wait until the extradition hearing, be extradited back to Kentucky. Then the bond can be paid once they get to Kentucky.
Right. That's so, and they're going to hold them until the extradition hearing.
Yeah, by Springville's jail page, I looked them up. Their court date's May 22nd.
Dang.
Yeah.
Wow. Why so long?
It says general session for court. I don't know. I've never, ever heard of being arrested on warrants that are extraditable to wait that long.
I didn't either. I thought it was 10 days, like in that. I thought they had to come pick them up within 10 days of being arrested.
Kentucky has 30 days after.
Wow.
30 days after if they choose not to fight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, go get a little drink of water, little guy. What are you doing? Did you eat something you wasn't supposed to? You're always into something. You're always into something.
But I mean, that also depends on, okay, are they felonies or they're misdemeanor?
Right.
Too.
I don't know.
I don't know. For felony murder, they can come get you whenever because you're not getting
right. Yeah.
No bond. But what don't make sense is I looked up theft and shoplifting. They're both misdemeanor charges with what they said he stole. Anything under 500.
Right.
Failure to appear is a misdemeanor. And the way it sounded, these warrants have been issued from 2 years ago. Why didn't Tennessee pick them up after the cop attacked them?
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering too. I don't know. I know they can go back a long ways and that on things. I don't know. I think on a misdemeanor it's 7 years or something like that. I'm not sure.
It's very state to state. Some states is 5 years, some is 3. It all depends on the charges.
Right. Yeah,
I think it all falls under the statutory limitations.
I didn't know what they got arrested for. I was sitting watching, and that. Like I said, I watch a lot of times and don't say nothing, and
yeah,
and everything. I like to watch and observe, and man, I looked up. I was sitting here talking with my daughter and my wife, and I looked up at my TV and I seen the cops were standing in there. I was like, oh goodness, come on.
Samantha was arrested for failure to appear. Jeremiah, theft and shoplifting.
This is hi Charlie, come on. My big German Shepherd coming up here. Yeah. Oh, you big baby. You big baby. You big baby.
Yeah. The only one that's going to probably get bonded out, be able to bond out, is going to be Sam once she gets here.
Well, the main thing is I'm glad that Skylar is safe. At least she's got a place and everything. I'm glad that she is safe. I don't necessarily agree with how they done it. On something like that, I guess it's petty. They could allow them to bond out. Here in Tennessee. I know. Of course, this has been years ago when I got into trouble for no insurance in Murray, Kentucky, and that I had a warrant, and they just allowed me to bail out. Right here in Tennessee, and I just went to Murray, Kentucky, and just paid for the no insurance and stuff, and it was, but and that seems like that's her deal. She had a no license or something other in that. Hers is not that serious. I mean,
yeah, and what I don't understand either is they issued also fugitive of justice warrants.
That's crazy. Over a misdemeanor.
Yeah. That's what they're booked in Tennessee under, is fugitive of justice with no bond.
I think it was a cop that did it. I think it was Thorogood, because he was talking about how he still wanted to
hello, Flying, how are you?
How he still wanted to prosecute him, and then
it's not your normal crowd, honey.
The cops came by and arrested them. I mean, a regular troll wouldn't be able to get the warrants and all the information like that. It had to be someone who had the authority to do it,
Right.
Yeah, and if it is thoroughbred, the only thing I'm worried about is CPS involvement.
Exactly.
Well, I've seen a lot of child protective services get involved in silly things. It's crazy sometimes that they get involved in things, and a lot of some even good people get child protective services called on them for no reason, and I don't know that if it does what it's designed to do. Child protective services would be a great thing, but it's not. They don't do what they're designed to do, and that.
Nah, they go after the good parents that are actually raising the kids and take them and remove them, but yet the ones that hurt the kids get their kids back.
Well, what gets me is, and that you got these people that don't take care of their children, and instead of going and taking care of them, and that. They go after parents, the single parents, or the mom that's on working 4 jobs to feed her family and everything, and her house is a little dirty or something like that, and then they remove the child when the mom has done nothing but try. Yeah, she made bad choices. Okay, people make bad choices. I'm not justifying that, but instead of taking the child, why not work with that family? In place that help they do, but they don't work. They're not helping the right people.
Yeah.
And it's
I mean, I could get into horror stories with CPS.
Yeah. In my opinion, I think it's Thorogood, because he was talking about how he's still going to want justice, and then the cops instantly showed up. And now they're holding them until May 22nd. Why are they holding them that long for an extradition?
Thank you, Miss Sue.
I think it's to make it so that they're less, reliable. They're not a reliable witness and stuff like that. They can use that in court.
Well, it's just crazy that, that guy was comfortable enough to come out and attack a citizen walking down the street, regardless. Okay. People can spin it however they want to, regardless of what he said to him or anything, over a piece of trash. If Jeremiah called him the biggest MFer there was, there's still no reason and that for a man to come out and attack somebody in front of a child. If he had a problem with Jeremiah, he should say, well, why don't me and you step around the corner? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
But
now,
instead,
now
he
he's
thought
promoted.
he could use his badge and his authority to push his agenda on somebody, and he did. He got by with it.
Yeah, he got by with it because of the investigator, and now he works for the TBI. So he got promoted.
It's crazy how that works out, you know. And you know, I get. I just think it's funny because I listen to these troll channels. They're like, oh, all these people come on here and they beg for money and they e-beg and they e-beg and e-beg and that. You know what? I've got 2 videos up and that where I've asked for money twice, and both times have been to help my father. And that once we was broke down on the side of the road, me and my dad were coming back from, and my wife were coming back from Clarksville. And we broke down on the side of the road, and we've been sitting there for 12 hours. And I just spent all my money buying storage units to the goods to resell. That's what we do. We resell storage units. And that, and we was, and I had to get help to get towed home. I asked for help, and people, our community helped us get $125. But everybody in our community will tell you, me and my wife have gone out of our way to help do fundraisers and special auctions and stuff like that for people, you know, when they were sick or their family with some member died or anything like that.
Did they ever mention that? No,
they don't ever mention that.
Exactly. And they're hypocrites because they also, hey, give us a Snapchat. Here's my Cash App. You know, donate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the same thing, right?
Well, I tell everybody we have membership set up. You know, if you want to become a member, it's cheap. It's 99 cents. You're welcome to become a member. And that,
yeah, exactly, but you don't have to. Is that
nope, you don't.
No.
That's our cheapest starting membership's 99. I think it's for $2.99 or something other after that, or $1.99. I don't even remember. I set it up a little while back. And that, you know, if people super chat, great. If they don't, great. I'm not here begging for super chats or anything like that, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, with like Frauditor Troll and all these trolls that talk about the e-begging, they think everybody's like News Now Patrick constantly doing it. I think News Now Patrick ruined asking for money in the 1A community.
Well, every once in a while, since I hadn't had a super chat in such a long time, I asked the people to send me a 99-cent sticker so I could make sure it was still on, because I wasn't sure. I was like, well, send me a little 99-cent super sticker or whatever, and that's it.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah, and you can't even do you can't even do anything with 99 cents, you know?
You see, the 99-cent sticker, they take half of that. You're only getting about 30 or 40 cents of it.
Oh, yeah.
They don't even have Dollar Tree anymore. I mean, it's $1.25. You can't even go into Dollar Tree and get $1 and buy something for $1.
I know. That's what I was just fixing to say. You can't even go into Dollar Tree anything anymore and buy anything for $1. Okay, stop. Go get some water, man. What is wrong with you? You feeling bad today, or what? Are you just looking for attention? Goodness.
All right. Well, I just wanted to come up and, you know, mention about what I've heard and from some other people who have good knowledge in the Justice Department and their thoughts, and you know, and I think I kind of agree with them. At first, I thought it was a troll because, you know, I have a degree in biology. I don't know anything about the legal system, you know.
Well, here's something I want to lay out on people. And I don't normally, and people can say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist or whatever." Well, think about this for just a second. So maybe it's a conspiracy theory, maybe it's not. I don't know, but I don't think statistics lie. You think about it in rural America and places like that, and even in your bigger inner cities where it's in a poor communities. I see it here. We're living in a small town. You think about it. What do you see in most of your ghettos and places like that? Well, I'm gonna tell you, liquor stores,
trash. That's all you see.
Cash advance places, and stuff like that. And most of those areas are crime riddled, and not always, but it's a target for low income people to keep the low income people down. We can solve crime here in the United States. We can absolutely cut down on the violence, and we can absolutely squash a lot of the gangs that are controlling the streets, and we can absolutely clear up the homeless. But you know why they don't do that? The government don't do it because it don't fit their narrative, because they need more police funding. They need more politicians need more money to get rich.
Yeah.
And
it's all about
to say that their city is bad and we need more grants for this and we need more funding for that and we need this and we need that, just on and on, because like the trolls, it don't fit their narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they ask for money, the frauditors, but they don't do it the same way like Jeremiah was doing it. He was asking for money at that exact moment. He even sent me a receipt of the money that I gave him and other people donated to pay for 2 days at the motel. That's the cheapest place that they had there. They had no other place to go. They got banned from the shelter place. They got banned from everything because that girl spit in his face. They had no place to go to get groceries. I mean, the thing is, the frauditors, they want the money. They don't care when they get it. They'll just, it'll come in a check, later on, because they don't need the money at that moment.
Here's the way I feel about things. Sometimes even in life, we all got to humble ourselves and we got to do things that we don't want to do, and good, bad, or otherwise. And if it's to take care of if you're taking care of your child, and I'm not saying it makes it right. Don't nobody get it twisted. But if it means taking care of my child and that, I will bend the law if I have to. Not saying that I have, I'm just saying that I would, to take care of my child. And if that makes me a bad person, then whatever, man, I'm just a bad person,
I would do the same thing. Take care of my family. If that's what I had to do, that's what you have to do. Because
it's unfortunate
not going to help you.
It's unfortunate that him and Samantha were addicted. You know what I'm saying? Addiction's a hard thing. But it happens to even the best of people. Years. I know right now people that have ridiculed with money that are addicted.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, addiction's hard.
It made them
a demon that you're never going to get rid of.
It made them better people they've been off of it for 11 years. And they know what it did to them, so they know not to do it again.
I think, even myself, I've made poor choices, and that people make poor choices.
Everybody does. We're human. Nobody's perfect.
Not at all. Hi, Deb. How are you, honey? How are you feeling, dear?
I mean, if we were all perfect and everything, I mean, why would we have to have morals, have anything?
Right.
Exactly.
You're very welcome, Leroy. Keep up the good work. You and Josh and Anna and Gym City News and all you people, man. I respect what you do.
Same here.
I've been watching. I watch a lot of different ones. My dad's doing good, honey, and that he's got home health care coming in 3 times a week and all that good stuff, you know. And I think he'll get his port out next week and everything. But he's doing really good, you know. I'm really proud of him. I sat and talked with him last night for about 2 hours. I've got to get a vehicle so I can get over and see him.
Like right now, since they're going to try to keep them in jail, they want them extradited, right? But why hold them in Tennessee for so long?
Well, yeah, they could have took them out. They could have had people from Kentucky come and pick them up last night. I mean,
yeah,
especially when they're only 45 minutes away.
Exactly. But did they do that? No. Why? Because they want them to look at as bad people, so they can't prosecute Thurgood or other police officers.
I appreciate it, Deb. Thank you, honey.
Honestly, I think this is just a precursor to what's going to come to all auditors or all patriots that stand up to the government. The government doesn't want us to have freedom.
No, they don't.
So they're going to get rid of everybody that fights for it. So the ones that actually back them will follow them, and you get rid of all the patriots and everybody that doesn't want what's coming. You lock them up, it'll happen.
Thank you, Boo. I appreciate that. Well, you know, I believe the people that have fought for our country, you know, past and present, they fight for our rights. And I know trolls have spun. Oh, well, that's not exactly why people went and defended this country. It's exactly why people went and defended this country, for rights. And, you know, my father, my grandfather, my uncles, and that all served in the military. My father was in law enforcement, you know. So no, like I told everybody before, I don't hate law enforcement. I hate bad law enforcement. There's stupid shit that's enforced that shouldn't be enforced, you know. And that it's just, why would you take somebody to jail? And they've started getting better about it. Why would you take somebody to jail over a bad check? Okay, it is a civil matter. Yes, it's a crime. Okay, but I said that wrong. It's a crime, yes, but technically it's not. It's a civil matter because it's a debt between two people, and as long as they pay it back or whatever. Why would you lock somebody up for? That's something else I've never understood. They lock people up and they take away their driver's license for child support. Okay, yes, I know there's bad people that don't pay their child support and don't support their children like they should. But if you're going to lock them up, why not put them in a work program and use that money that they're being housed for and give it to the family?
Exactly.
Okay. I got an argument with that one. You know how they have the safe haven boxes where you can give up your newborn child?
Yes.
No questions asked. But yet a father who doesn't want their child takes off, they hit them for child support and lock them up. What's the difference that a mother can do that, but a father can't abandon the child that he doesn't want?
Right?
Yeah, it's true.
The way I see it,
that's why I like to hear everybody's opinion, you know, because
thank you, Leroy. I appreciate that. That means a lot, brother. Thank you very much.
Because, you know, sometimes I'm one-sided or biased or something because I don't know everything.
Well, it don't make you biased. Everybody has.
I said that wrong. I mean, I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything, and trust me, I'm not the smartest person out there, you know. But am I the stupidest one? Hell no. I'm not.
Well, I'm not a jailhouse lawyer or anything like that. I've studied on things, and you know, everybody has the right to their own opinion, and
Yes, they do.
I may not always agree with you. You may think that green Smurfs are beautiful. I may think green Smurfs are ugly. It's just your opinion and my opinion. We can agree to disagree. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, whether you like green Smurfs or not, it's irrelevant as long as you like green Smurfs. I don't have to like them. You know what I'm saying? I don't get why people make such a big deal out of things.
Yeah, why do they have to spread the hate just because they don't agree with you or they don't like what you do or what,
Right. And I don't have anything against green Smurfs. I've never seen one, but I don't have any, just putting that out there. I don't have any issues with any Smurfs.
Except aren't green Smurfs leprechauns?
I would guess that could be what they could be called. I guess nowadays you can identify as anything you want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, they're imaginary anyway, so.
I guess my Chihuahua could identify as a Rottweiler. She does most of the time, I think. She thinks she's a Rottweiler.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this country. I mean, how can we have a double-sided sword, but it only works one way from one side?
Right.
Yep.
I see there's still people watching over in Jeremiah's. Not so many as there was before, but there's like 18 watching.
Yeah, I got to get back to that because Gloria's actually helping out a lot, and she's finally got in touch with his mother, so I gotta go. So it was nice talking to you, buddy.
Nice talking to you too. I'm still. I got it up. I can watch it. I watched mine on. Got it up on the screen on the TV.
Yeah, but no, like writing bad checks. That all has to deal with the Federal Reserve. You start messing with the government's money. That's why they lock you up for it, even though technically it's a civil matter.
Right. Well, listen, I'm not just about finding anybody breaking any laws. I mean, sometimes I know people break a law for different reasons or whatever. Okay. In my case, I done it to feed my child. I wrote it and got arrested for a bad check. It happens. You know what I mean? It's not like I was, and I paid it all back. And plus court costs and everything else. Was I wrong? Technically, yes. Would I do it again? You damn Skippy.
Yeah. I mean, I have a mother-in-law who did it for her kids. I can't blame her for trying to feed her kids.
Nope. And, if somebody condemns somebody for that, then that's just wrong. I mean, I can understand if they wrote a bad check, you know what I mean, for alcohol and that's all they bought, you know what I mean? But there again, there's addictions. So it's a double-edged sword. It's damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Hell, people steal every day for a lot less, and it just goes to show you put all that bullshit aside and just think about how many people that are living on the streets right here, but yet every day our government asks us to send money across seas and everything to help others when we don't even take care of our own people right here.
Yeah. We sent like $451 million to Ukraine like 3 months ago?
Yeah.
Like, couldn't we have taken that money and built homeless shelters or get some of these people off the streets?
Exactly. And, there's programs. Well, I hear everybody say it all the time. Oh, well, there's programs set up to help the homeless. Yeah, there is. You're absolutely right. But the money that is used for the homeless for these programs. They get a grant. Let's just say they get a grant for $20 million. By the time the grant money comes in, it goes to the president of the foundation. There's money, and he gets a percentage. Then it goes to the workers. Even if they're volunteer, and that they still get a percentage because the grant allows you to pay your volunteers so much of it, and that's how bingo halls get by, bingo places and churches get by with it. It's a community, it's a charity, and by the time it actually everything trickles down past everything, then the community lawyer and this person set up the program and this builder doing that. By the time the actual money gets done and everything, 2% goes to help the actual homeless person. And what are they going to do with 2%?
That may just cover the food to run a soup kitchen for a year. But it also depends on what state you're in, too. There's some states that if you have drug felonies or addicted to substances, they're not going to help you.
Yep. You're right. Well, I don't have any drug felonies. Thank God for that. I was never arrested for any drug charges. I got lucky on that.
I think it's
not saying that I probably didn't deserve it. I just didn't.
Indiana, if you have any drug charges ever, you can't get food stamps, public housing, none of it.
I know it. Well, see, and that's something else too that I don't. There's a lot of things, If a person is convicted of a felony, and you take all their rights away from them, and that I'm not saying, that it should be done on a case by case basis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because not everybody that makes a mistake or gets arrested is a bad person. They didn't do it. You know what I mean? I know addicts right now that work a 9-to-5 job and everything. And if they get caught, they're going to jail. But does that make them a bad person? No, they're addicted. You know what I'm saying? There's an addiction.
Yeah.
And yes, it's illegal, but I'm not trying to justify their and that. It's just, I think there's things. They could quit anytime they wanted to. No, addiction don't work like that.
No, once you are addicted to something, it can take years or the rest of your life to fight that demon, to not do it. Yeah, you're going to relapse. It's human nature. It happens.
It's like I tell everybody, I didn't wake up one morning and decide to be, addicted to something. You know what I mean? It didn't happen like that.
Yeah, and it's like even with the homeless. Yeah, some choose to do it, but most of them used to probably work 9-to-5 jobs, got pretty much rent got raised out of what they could afford, and that's why they have to be on the streets. Because they can't afford to have an apartment or a house. And it's just a trap. It's a trap the government set up.
And that goes back to what I was saying about the liquor stores and the areas, where in poverty-ridden areas where they know it's another way to keep people down. And that's why they have all these check loan places and things like that, and, title loans and you see loans on TV where you can borrow this money or get a credit card for that. It's just a way to keep people down.
Yeah.
And they do give credit cards to people with bad income and bad credit and stuff, because they know it's like these title loan places, for example. They'll go to an auction somewhere. They'll buy a car for $500. It'll cost them $50 to fix it or whatever. They fix it, they wash it, and that same car that these buy here, pay here places, and that they'll take that same vehicle and they'll get it paid for 50 times over, and that before somebody actually buys it and pays it off, because they know that the person, in most cases, not all, but in most cases, when somebody comes in and they're doing a buy here, pay here, that they're eventually going to default on that, and they're going to repossess it, and then they'll fix it again, they'll sell it again, and they'll do it, keep doing it until somebody eventually pays it off. And that car has been paid for 50 times over. Is it illegal? No. Is it morally right? No, it's not.
Honestly, I think the buy here, pay here places should be outlawed. If it gets repoed more than like 3 times, they should not be allowed to resell it.
Right. And it's crazy. I mean, but it's another way to keep middle America down. It's designed by fault to keep people in poverty and in debt. Your low income housing that you get on a waiting list and that and everything, and look at them. Most of the low income housing places are slumlords, and they're not even fit for this dog to live in, let alone a family of 2. And then that's where Child Protective Services come in. Oh, well, your place is not fit. And it's a vicious cycle that just keeps going around and around and around and around. And everybody complains about it, but nobody wants to do anything. And then when they do try to do something, oh, we don't have the funds. But we have $2.5 billion we can send overseas to this country and that country, and we can help this country do that. And we can put money in stuff that we don't need, and that instead of helping the people.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm in low income housing, but at least where I'm at, they're up to code. But it's hard to get on it. And then once you're able to get Section 8, there is like nowhere to find anybody to take Section 8 right now.
It's just amazing. I mean, I don't know. We can sit here and talk about it till we're blue in the face. It ain't gonna change, and people's like when we hear somebody say, "Well, did you hear that guy? He was talking about there's going to be a revolution. And he's against the government. He's anti-government, and he's going to want to overthrow the government." No, I don't want to overthrow the government. I really don't. But I think that if the government don't wake up, that it's going to happen again. That we did it when we was in control by England for the same reasons, for a lot less, actually.
Actually, if you look at everything we have to go through now, that's why we fought England, to get away from all the taxation from the king. But what did we do? We ended up creating the same taxation the King of England did to the people there.
So very true. Hell, we're more taxed now than we were. Oh, well, it's the cost of living. Oh, the cost of living, my ass. Listen, I don't need to go across the ocean and buy a $60 barrel of oil when I can go get a $10 barrel of oil right here in my own backyard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, you technically, even if you pay your mortgage off on your house, you technically don't own that house. You don't own the land. You don't technically own your car because you got to pay taxes every year. You fail to pay taxes, they can come seize it from you.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. We're supposed to be the land of the free, but yet we can lose everything we have because we forgot to pay Uncle Sam.
And that's why I would never live like in a homeowners association where I had some asshat dictating to me how I'm supposed to live. You know what I'm saying? You can't do this in your yard. You can't do that in your yard and blah, blah, blah. No, if I own it, dude, I'm going to do what I want to do.
Yeah. I mean, if I want my house looking like a psychedelic picture on the outside, I'm going to.
Exactly. If I want to put a truck in the front yard and that set it on blocks, that's my business. What difference does it make if I'm on my own property? Who the hell are you to dictate what I do?
Yeah.
Especially when you work hard, you work hard all your life and sit and you just want a little piece of property to call your own and mind your own business, and that's it.
Yeah, but it's like with these train derailments, I'm wondering, something that don't sit right with a lot of them with all these chemicals, because over in England, in Oxford, they created a 15-minute city. I'm wondering if the U.S. government ain't trying to push everybody out of rural America into the cities so they can create the same thing.
Who the hell knows? There's, like I said, there's a lot of conspiracies, and that people I could go into, and whether there's truth behind it or not, you'll never know the exact whole truth, and that because deep down somewhere, the government don't want everybody to know the truth, and then if you speak about it, then but I'm sure that some troll is sitting here listening to me talk right now and probably will spin the narrative and show me with aluminum foil on my head and I'm a conspiracy theorist, and well, maybe so. But you know what? That's my God-given right. I can have a conspiracy theory if I want to. I can, it's called free thinking, free will. We're all equipped with it, guys. Some of it just don't use it.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't believe in conspiracy theories. I see them more as, okay, there's somebody's opinion. Do you believe it or do you not?
Right. And I'm not twisting anybody to believe anyway. You don't have to believe like me. That's why we live in America. Everybody can believe how they want to believe.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It may not fit everybody's narrative, but that's why we have opinions. And I don't know why we can't, as Americans, get back into debates and just have a conversation and debate different points of view without getting into a big fuss over it.
Sorry, I had to mute it. My little ankle biters were barking. A leaf blowed outside or something.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I miss the old debates where you can get into a room with a bunch of people. Everybody can speak their opinions.
Yeah.
Debate it. Now you can't even get into a debate without offending someone.
Well, that's like earlier when that guy came in and talking about, called me names and called me a hillbilly and things like that. Like I told him, tell these people something they don't know about me. I'm just an old country boy. And I am a hillbilly. Hell, I grew up in the hills of Tennessee. So you're not offending me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't understand it. And you can see they didn't stay very long. Oh, now Bob Windsor's over there on their channel. He just said, karma has come knocking. I know the feeling. I've paid myself. Sucks for them. Maybe if you had a job and weren't fugitives, this wouldn't have happened. He's doing laughing faces and middle fingers.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't know the whole truth behind the story. Could these actually be trumped up charges too that were already handled?
Yep, it happens every day. People are arrested wrongly for stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like jaywalking. California finally done away with jaywalking. It's one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard. You get arrested for jaywalking. People been walking across the streets, and that for forever. Hell, I know how to look at oncoming traffic. You know what I'm saying? I'm smart enough not to freaking, you know, walk out in front of somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if you got people that want to play Frogger with traffic, let them play Frogger with traffic. Other people are just smarter.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to run out in front of a moving vehicle, truck or a bus or car or something other, that's your own stupidity. If you get hit, I don't feel sorry for you. But you know, common sense. That's the thing. Not a lot of people don't use common sense anymore.
Yeah, and
Just
I don't think people have taught the new generation what true common sense is.
well, that's something else too. If you look, the schools are not educating the children like they used to. Educational system has been dumbed down because of that No Child Left Behind program, and they just rush kids through, and they don't teach them anything. Parents are not teaching, and yes, I said that parents are not teaching kids what like they supposed to, because mom and daddy are having to work 2 jobs and that to support little Johnny and little Susie and the little dog that they have or whatever, and their car that they have to have and the light bill and all this. So both parents have to be there. So the kids are now forced to babysit themselves. They have iPhones, they have Nintendos, they have PlayStations, and they're not learning. And when they go to school, and the drama and the crap, you know, that's there, and you got somebody in their ear telling them this and that, and they're not teaching them. And then the narratives that they see on TV, you know, the violence and the sex and the drugs and everything, and the music, it glorifies all that stuff. And you know, what are they supposed to learn? Because mom and daddy are not there now to teach them. And when they do come home and that it's dinner time and everybody's trying, and then little Susie and little Johnny grow up, they get 13, 14, 15 years old and they're rebelling, and mom and daddy don't have any idea because they were too busy pissing half their life away to help take care of the bills and buy little Johnny the iPhones and the cell and the ear pods and the Nintendos and the PlayStations and shit like that. It's true.
Yeah. And honestly, on top of that, they took pretty much God out of school.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I remember fearing going to school or making my teachers mad, getting the rollers across the fingers.
Yep. And you know, that's the thing. You can't have prayer in school anymore. You can't do this in school anymore. Let's not talk about the Confederacy or any parts of the Civil War that doesn't fit our narrative, because you know, we don't want to talk about that, regardless of what the real situation was. Let's just change it to fit and make it more comfortable for everybody. So now the kids are being snowflakes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you're not offended by the truth, or if you get offended by the truth, then I'm sorry, then you need to grow thicker skin and actually learn about the truth.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody's offended by everything nowadays. You know what I mean? Everybody's is turned into a fucking Karen. You know, if
either Karen or Darren.
Oh yeah, they're offended by everything. Everybody's offended by everything. I don't have a reason to be offended by anybody or anything. You know what? If you call me a bad name and that's your opinion, you're entitled to it. But if you judge me before you get to know me, that's your problem. You know what I'm saying? Because your idea and your thought narratives of how I really am, by the way and how I act in every day, is not, you know, what people think and not who I am.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Harvey in '65 hit the nail on the head with his speech called "If I Were the Devil," and I mean, it pretty much describes America today.
People have become savages, and there's no time for kindness anymore. Maybe I just grew up at a different time. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in small town America where we left our doors unlocked at night. You know, our neighbors helped each other. If a neighbor had a problem, we'd help them. Me and my brothers, we'd go help our neighbors up the street, you know, with the farm and stuff like that when we didn't have chores to do and that. And it was a community. It was a village or whatever you want to call it. You know, we all helped each other there. We all done, you know, good for each other. When somebody died, you know, you went and helped take care of the family. And that's what people do. We didn't let them get down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I miss those days where you could go knock on your neighbor's door. Hey, can I borrow a cup of sugar and I'll get you when I can?
Right. You can't do that anymore. If you go knock on a neighbor's door now asking for a cup of sugar, you're liable to get shot. It's crazy how we've gotten that way. And people,
I hate to really say it, it's because of the smartphone. On top of that, we allowed the government to start this with the whole Patriot Act after 9/11. We didn't start questioning the government.
People are judged by certain things for no reason. And you know what? I'm not saying that there's not bad people. There's always going to be bad people. Maybe not necessarily bad people, just made bad choices and they've become bitter. And that I believe there's evil in everybody. Some let it show more than others.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your neighbor could probably go kill 10 people. And by the time you find out, you may have thought, oh, they were the nicest, kindest person. There's no way they did it.
Right.
They just finally had enough.
That's like, you know, like that saying I have, you know, when people say, well, the dog, well, what dog that we didn't see and why they bite them? Because, you know, you can back somebody up in a corner, same way with animals, you know, you can only back them up in a corner and beat them so much before they bite back.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, most dogs won't bite somebody unless they're pretty much provoked to.
Right.
What's up, everybody?
Hello, Art. How are you?
Good, thanks. So I think part of the issue that you guys are talking about is it's not so much that you can't, it's that nobody does go knock on the door. And I think we're all guilty of it. I've recently had some neighbors move in and they're down on their luck, and we're doing everything we can to help them other than give them cash, right? If you just keep handing people cash, you're not teaching them how to fish.
You're right. Absolutely. I agree with that.
But if they have a broken down car and I can help them fix that broken down car, then I'm going to help them. If I have a battery charger that he needs to borrow, I'm going to let him borrow it. But these guys felt so ashamed when they moved in because of the last neighborhood they were in. I guess people chastised them. And it's like, dude, you're my neighbor. I'm like, you know, we'll do what we can to help, you know? So.
And you know, that's sad that people are like that now, because, you know, if we take and go back 25 years ago, and I know things have changed so much, but, you know, people wasn't afraid to help people. You could stop and help somebody on the side of the road and help them change a tire. And I still do it. And I know there's a risk behind it, you know, and that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the way I was raised. I was raised to, you know, you see somebody in need, you try to help them and that. And
same here, man.
The other day, me and my daughter were coming back from town, and there was 2 colored guys that were broke down on the side of the road. They had a flat tire, and he didn't have a jack. Well, I stopped and let him use the jack. You know, and they didn't look like, what people would think. Oh God, I can't stop and help them because this guy's got tattoos and this and that. Well, their tattoos mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't care whether they're covered in tattoos. I've got tattoos. They had, it is what it is.
Yeah, we get to where we start judging people by the cover of the book instead of, the heart of the person. And,
Right.
I,
And they offered to pay me and everything else. And they were very happy, what I mean? Very respectful and everything else. And I was like, no, just, I do that for anybody. If you give back, pay it forward. If you see somebody, help them.
yeah, and that whole pay it forward thing, I always go to the point that I could never pay back what people have done for me. So I always consider it paying it back instead of paying it forward.
Right.
Because I've had so many people help me in my life with various things. I just feel like it's my duty to help those in need. And it's just like with Jeremiah. I just don't know what to do with the poor guy sometimes because it's like $2,000 a month for sitting in that apartment or that motel. It's like, around here that's easily a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
With a 2-car garage and big yard with a place, swing set in the back, and that's just it just seems crazy to me. And the poor guy, he went on his channel this week and he was bragging about the fact that they were fugitives. He was bragging, that he had warrants in Kentucky. He said he left Kentucky because of that. And I'm sitting there going, why are you saying this? That the police don't care for you right now anyway. You're just handing them, a meal to come get you.
And it was, that goes back to that. It's a complex, where we get to where, we feel like, we're bigger than what we are. You know what I'm saying? It's a superiority complex. Like you get to where sometimes you feel like you're untouchable. And that happens, that happens with everybody.
Oh yeah.
Especially in big business, big businessmen get like that, and that's like Vince McMahon. He's a prime example. He's one of the biggest, he's a billionaire and he's the owner of the WWE. And look at all the sex scandals that he's been involved in. And he thinks he's untouchable, but one day it's going to just crash down on him so hard it's not even going to be funny.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here so I can go to bed.
All right, bud.
All right.
So see, dude. So,
whoa, what happened? I don't know what happened there. Both people fell off. Oh. There's Art. He came back. I must have clicked the wrong button. No, you must have clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, I did.
It happens.
Now I can't figure out how to turn my damn camera off.
It's a little box beside your microphone.
Oh, there it is down there.
Yep.
It hid from me. So, it's just, and he has a job and then he doesn't have a job. And it's look, I'm all about helping a guy. But man, there has to be some effort yourself, and I don't know what situations he's in. I'm not going to judge him. I mean, I just know he said some things on his live that I just think set him up for going to jail. I mean,
right. And you know, like I said, I've been watching. I watch a lot, and to be honest with you, sometimes you create your own story. You know what I'm saying? You become a victim of your own story sometimes, and
well, and he wants to call all cops tyrants. Well, tell me how tyrannical these cops were that came and gave him all that time for the grandmother to come pick up Skylar and all that stuff, and for them to go downstairs and pay for more in their room. I mean, are those cops really tyrants?
no, they weren't tyrants. They actually were very, very professional. Matter of
Right.
fact, they were beyond above professional. They didn't have to be. They could have been real assholes and called CPS, and
right. I mean, and so this is where I differ with some of the 1A community, and that in that it's not all cops are bad. They are there to enforce laws. And if you don't break the law, they leave you alone. At least in this town, they leave you alone, man.
for the most part, yeah.
We don't see them half the time around here unless something's going on. I mean,
Well, we live in a small town, and maybe it's like that everywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's just certain people. Maybe it's my background. I don't know. But sometimes, law enforcement will screw with you for no reason. I still get it. Matter of fact, I've had cops ask me why I came back to where I live at, and why and everything because of my past. Like I said, I made mistakes. It ain't nobody else's fault that I made the mistakes. I own up to it. You know what I'm saying? I done my time. I paid for my crime. I haven't caused anybody any grief. I haven't, since I got out of prison and shit. I haven't gotten into any trouble. The last time like I said, I was in any trouble was in 2007 when I wrote a bad check. Was I wrong? Yes. Would I do it again? Yes. If it means taking care of my children, yes, I would. And, and if that makes me a bad person, then I'm just a bad person. But technically, I guess if you look at it, it is stealing, but I feel this way. At least I didn't go out and rob nobody. It was a non-violent crime. And, the only person that I hurt for a short time was that business. And I'm sorry that it happened, but I didn't go rob a house or anything like that, to feed my children. I done what I wrote on a piece of paper and saying, hey, look, I promise to pay you later, and just couldn't do it. And then, but they still got paid, just not when they, you know what I mean? Whenever they went to cash the check.
Yeah. It's just kind of, I mean, I get, the clicks and views and making people look bad. I mean, I went into a police station the other day and, actually just kind of had conversation with people. And I asked them, I said, hey, I mean, I know you've all been audited before in the past. I go, how did that go? And everybody was fine with it. They go, they can come through here all they want. They mean, it's their right. And then the security guard tried to tell me that he goes, yeah, they can come video all those guys all they want. He goes, I'm not an employee of the city. I'm a contractor. So they can't record me. So I sat and educated him. And I go, dude, you're the kind of people that they're looking for when they come in. I go, you're the one that's going to give them all the clicks and views. I go, you're in a public space. I go, they have a right to record you. You're in public. I go, you can't trespass the eyes. And I go, if you can't trespass the eyes, you can't trespass the camera.
If
and
you
I
go look,
go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you go look at our last video that I put up as the city hall we just done here in Huntington, we went in there and it was me and Janice, which is my daughter, and my wife. And there was a lady sitting back behind the lady that I was talking to, and she had a piece of paper up over her face. Now, I very well could have attacked that young lady. You know what I mean? I could have been very nasty to her, be like, oh, why are you hiding your effing face and all that? But instead, I let her do what felt comfortable. Now, if she had approached me and that, I would have educated her.
Yeah, right. And that's the whole. That's an audit, right?
Yes.
It's not about intimidation. And you know, that's why, you know, whenever I get my channel going, I mean, I want to have somebody else on the panel with me, and that we can discuss current events, number one, with different viewpoints possibly, and then also show both sides of this whole auditing thing. I mean, I want to talk about it from the auditor's point of view and the audit, and I also want to talk about it from the point of view from the people that have been audited, the police officers, the city employees. You know, how did they feel? To try and let people know, just, you know, yeah, I have a right to do something. It doesn't mean I need to be an asshole to do it.
And you know, that's I watch a lot of that. I watch Audit to Audit, and I think I like his thought process on things, and he breaks it down more into the law terms. But I like his point of view. I like Lackluster's point of view sometimes.
Oh yeah,
You know.
yeah, I like Lackluster, and I like Audit the Audit. They both do a really good job in breaking things down, and like I said, you know, do you have a right to record? Yes, but you don't have to become a nuisance or an asshole just to prove your point. I mean, it's kind of like, what's the point? Is that all you got to do with your day?
Well, you know, I kind of agree with like a couple of people said. You know, I'm maybe it's just because I'm an old country boy and I try to treat everybody like I want to be treated.
Yeah,
I give people the same energy they give me. If you come at me sideways, I'm going to come at you sideways.
oh
You know?
yeah, yeah, no doubt. But I would say that if somebody starts coming at me sideways because I'm recording, I want to try and have a conversation with them,
Right.
Before I go sideways. Now, if trying to have a conversation with them is still going sideways, well, yeah, then, you know, the rules have all changed. It's like the rules of engagement just changed. But I do understand some people not wanting to be on camera. They don't know what you're doing. You know,
Right.
just walking in, and yes, are there cameras? And that's what I explained to the guy, the security guard. I go, dude, they've got better cameras than I've got all around here. I go, you're on camera the whole time you're working. And I go, so, and he goes, yeah, it's a really sophisticated system. It does, you know, facial recognition. And I said, yeah, I know. I sell that kind of stuff, man. It's crazy what you can do with it. I said, so somebody walking in with their phone and a camera shouldn't freak people out.
Oh, and the trolls will say, well, it's security cameras and they're not posting it on YouTube. But yes, I can go into the same place that's what they don't understand. I can go into the same courthouse and I can do a records request and I can get the footage of every camera that's there, all their employee
Absolutely.
records and everything.
Absolutely.
And that.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's what I don't think a lot of them understand is that, yeah, you can go pull FOIA requests for every bit of that. It's public record.
Well, they're like, well, private businesses, you can't do that. Actually, you can if there's been a crime committed.
If there's been a crime committed, yes.
Yep. And what you do with that footage is your business. I mean, there's no copyright on it unless, the company says, hey, well, this is copy, they put it in there, copyrighted footage, but it's not.
Yeah.
Because even my security cameras here, I've gave copies to law enforcement, to help with just a recent crime. Matter of fact, I done a video on it and that, for arson, so they could see who was in the area, and what took place, whether it helped them or not. I don't know. I'm not sure, but the footage, it gives them a reasonable expectation of who was in the area, and maybe they can find out and ask a question. Well, okay, so you were here. Did you see anything? They don't have to come at them sideways and accuse them. They can say, well, we seen you were in the area. What did you see that day?
Yeah, dude, the other night here, they had a car driving down, and it's not a good part of the downtown area anyway, but heavy traffic. It's like 8:45 in the evening, and there's a lot of traffic on this road. It's a well-traveled road, and all of a sudden this car kind of stops like he's going to make a left turn, and there were no cars coming to block him from that left turn. He sat there for about 15-20 seconds and then took off, and what you see in the street is a dead man they pushed out of the car.
Oh, wow.
And that was all caught by small business cameras and city cameras. And everybody has access to that footage. I mean, all the news stations pull it.
Sure.
And I mean, to sit there and say that somebody on a YouTube channel is not media is kind of ridiculous. I mean, we're all media. We all talk and share stories all the time.
Absolutely.
It's just what's our platform.
Here, the local newspaper didn't even cover the fire. It was an arson. They didn't even cover it. People that are from my hometown here that watch our YouTube channel, because we are very transparent. I've told every business that we've been in, or city hall or police department or whatever, who we are, what our YouTube channel name is. And we've got, like I said, I've got TBI agents that is subscribed to our channel. I've got police officers that are subscribed to my channel, and citizens that are subscribed to our channel that didn't know nothing about it and have gone to our Facebook page when I put it on there, and they're like, well, hey, who was it? Do they have any ideas? Is the family okay? Can we help them? Because our local newspaper didn't cover it.
Yeah, right. I mean, and that's the whole thing about the news as we see it in mainstream anymore, is that it's not reported like it used to be. And maybe I'm showing my age, but Walter Cronkite. You know what Walter Cronkite did? He read the news. He didn't give you his opinion. He didn't tell you what to think. He told you what happened. He's like, at 9:45 a.m. this morning, 2 men were killed on the corner of, and police are investigating. That's what you got.
Yep.
You didn't get this whole gun violence thing and his opinion on it and everything else. It was the news, and that's what I want to try and do. I don't want to tell people what to think about it. I just want to be able to present, here's facts. Here is what we know. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely.
And like you said, police officers get a kick out of auditor channels.
Yep.
And the comments that I've gotten from local police is that they go, I just wish they would show the good side. He goes, they feel like every time we pull somebody over, we're tyrants. And it's like there's a traffic violation. Or they ran a plate and there's a warrant.
Right.
You know? I mean, what would we do with lawlessness?
Well, that's like the other day when we come out of the city hall, you know, the police department, there was a deputy sitting there, two deputies. They were inside and you know, I thought, well, surely to God they didn't call them because, you know, we didn't do anything wrong. And I thought, well, maybe it was the one lady that held the piece of paper up in front of her face, even though we'd already been there 30 minutes. Maybe she felt uncomfortable, you know, and wanted to come have the cops come and check it out. Okay, it is to some human nature, it is a little suspicious. You got a couple people in there with a camera and they're taking pictures and they're going all over the place. And yes, there is public records and stuff, and that I get it. I understand that.
Well, that's because you're a good human being, right? I mean,
right.
You understand that other people have feelings that are different than yours.
And I get that. So when I waited for the police to come out and to see if they were going to say anything, and as they were coming out, I was like, "Hey, how you doing? Y'all having a good day?" And he's like, "Yeah, we are." And I says, "Can I get your name and badge number?" And he told me, he said, "My name is Sergeant Allen," and he gave me his badge number. And he's training an officer, and she couldn't remember her badge number, and we laughed about it.
That's the whole thing, man. They love to engage, at least around here. The police officers love to engage with that stuff and crack up about it because look, they want to be on camera. I mean, they want to show the good side of policing,
and
you know.
She got embarrassed, and me and my wife told her, "It's okay, honey. No, it happens. We understand you're new, you know, and we told them we appreciate their service and have a good day." And yeah, I got 1,400 views out of those short little clip of her not knowing her badge number. But it wasn't to make her look bad. To me, it was to show that she's human.
But wait a minute, you didn't call them tyrants?
No. No, what?
See,
why should I?
Well, that's my point with a lot of the audits, man, I understand we have, rights, and that, but it's how you use that right. And
now, if he had come out there or she had come out there telling me, "Oh, well, you can't record here,"
exactly, exactly. But as long as you're not going to be confrontational with them, they generally are not going to be confrontational with you.
Matter of fact, I've got an officer right here that's done told me that whenever I'm ready, I can go on a ride along with him and I'm going to take him up on that.
Yeah, they want you to see what they go through. They want you to see what they go through on a daily basis.
And it don't make me a plant or anything like that. I think there's two aspects, and I hear it all the time. We're trying to bridge that gap, and how are you going to bridge the gap if you don't stop your idiotic thinking and listen to their idiotic thinking? And people may think that that's wrong, but not idiotic like people are stupid, but we all have idiotic, idolized ideas.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna. No two people are gonna agree 100%. But
right.
if you bridge that gap where there's a little communication and a little thought process put into what each other's doing, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, and so the thing is that we in order to bridge the gap, until you've had an interaction, right? So you've got people that are all over in chats and everything, calling cops tyrants and making all this noise, and they've probably never had an interaction with a cop. And I will tell you that in my experience, I have never had a police officer treat me with disrespect as long as I was not treating him with disrespect.
Well, I was telling a story last night, and that's why I don't want people to think that I hate law enforcement, because I don't. And the early part of the 90s, and that I was publicly intoxicated, not going to lie. I was walking down the street and an officer stopped, and it turned into a big altercation with about 6 or 7 officers. I'm not going to say where it's at because that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And they beat the fuck out of me. And I'm not going to lie, they beat me bad. Locked me up, kept me in jail, didn't tell nobody I was there for 14 days. My uncle found out that I was, because I had managed to get word out through a trustee to my uncle, who is in law enforcement, and him and my cousin came over to the jail, who is also in law enforcement, and got me out. Now, was I wrong? Yes, I was drunk in public. Was I an asshole? Yes, I was, because I was drunk. And it's not an excuse. It was my fault because I knew better. How they reacted afterwards is where the thing is. Okay.
That's where the tyrant is.
Yeah. Now, should I have spit on that officer? No. I honestly to God, I should not have. I'm guilty of that. And I ate every bit of that. His actions afterwards, was it justified? Probably not. But I caused that reaction. So I can't blame, but the people that came after him, and that didn't even know the situation, and they all attacked me and beat me and kicked me when I was down over somebody spitting on somebody, is way more than the situation warranted.
Oh yeah. I mean, worst case, they should have spit on you, right? Put
Right.
handcuffs on you. I mean, that's
now. Am I bitter about that? No. I got I guess what you'd call backwoods justice, I guess. Did I deserve it? Not to that degree. Did I deserve to have my ass whooped? Yeah. Because if some motherfucker spit on me, I'm gonna whoop his ass. I'll just be honest. I mean, that would be the natural reaction.
Yep.
To the degree that I got it, no. So it's a catch-22 thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't hate law enforcement. I mean, not bitter about it. But there's accountability. People have to be accountable for what they do. You're accountable for your own actions, and that's something like I've tried to teach my children. There is an action for every reaction. Keep that in mind. Good, bad, or otherwise. People are going to give what they get. If you walk up to a dog and you kick it and it bites you, you can't blame the dog and say the dog's vicious because you kicked the dog.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, that's like, the little kid that starts calling the big kid, a dumbass and stuff, and then takes off running and gets caught, and the big kid beats his ass. I mean, what do you say?
Right.
Now, we used to have a guy in the neighborhood. He was a bully of the bullies. So when he'd see the bullies picking on us smaller guys, he would let it be known that they shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, he never had to fight anybody over it. He was big enough that he just said, man, dude, stop it, or it's going to be you. And, until next time, that's the way it went.
Maybe me and you, was probably raised the same, Art. I'm pushing, like I said, I tell everybody, I'm pushing almost 50 years old.
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit older.
I grew up in a small town. My grandparents adopted me and my brother. We was taught to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir.
Yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, officer, no, officer.
And taught to look up to people of authority and respect that. And here's the thing. I've told my children, don't go looking for a fight, but don't back down either.
That's the way we were taught too. It's like, if you can walk away, walk away.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with walking away.
Talk your way out of it. That don't make you a coward for talking your way out of it if you can talk your way out of it. But don't go instigate it and then get mad because they whoop your ass.
Yeah, right. So yeah, we were brought up the same way. I mean, my dad was a hillbilly. I mean, moved to the city with my mom and raised us, but he raised us with all those, I call them country values.
Right.
And I'll tell you that my dad did more to help people on the down low than we ever knew about until after he passed away.
Sure.
And then we started hearing from people saying, your dad would take care of this for us because we couldn't afford it. And, I started hearing all the things that he did, and it was like, that's the kind of person I want to be.
And you know what? People who help out people, like, and that don't brag about it, because it's not the publicity thing. It's not about self-gratification or anything like that,
No, but I will say I've been told in the past, you're such a nice guy and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no. And I said, at the end of the day, I'm really a selfish prick. And they go, well, how do you figure? You just got done helping us do this. And I go, you know why I did it? And they go, why? I said, because it made me feel good.
Right. Absolutely. We went to Wendy's, and I was sitting in Wendy's, and two of our local National Guard people came in, and I paid for their meal, and they were like, "Oh no, we can't do that. We're not allowed." And I'm like, "Dude, you're not allowed? I'm not asking you if you're allowed. I'm buying dinner. That's it. You know what? And thank you for your service." And if they have a problem with it, then you don't even have to, you know what I'm saying? To hell with that. Don't tell me I can't buy somebody who has fought for this country and that a meal,
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to do it anonymously too. I recently ran into I was at a business meeting, and we were at a restaurant, and there were a table full of detectives, and that eating across from us. And I told the waitress to make sure that I got their check. And it was funny as hell because they spent 45 minutes after they got done eating trying to figure out who the hell paid for their lunch. And they never did figure it out. It was just funnier than hell. The waitress went along with it, never told them. And they were finally walking out the door shaking their heads saying, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And it's fun to do that because, see, again, me being a selfish prick, right? It made me feel good that they got such a kick out of it, right? So I can't be called a nice guy for doing it. It's I did it because it made me feel good and it made me laugh.
Right.
So yeah, I don't need credit for anything. It's like I said, it makes me feel good. So
well, that goes back to, he's talking about being in school and stuff. We grew, like I said, I've said this several times. We grew up in a small little. Whoops. He'll be back in a second, probably. While he's doing that, I'm going to take a second and go to the restroom. Sorry about that. Hi, Anna. Sorry about that, guys. I had to run to the restroom real quick. Mother Nature called. I had to take a potty break.
Yeah, and I hit the wrong button again. Yeah, and I hit the wrong button again. You know, doing this on your phone is different than your computer.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, I was trying to get in chat. I didn't know what happened, and then I saw when I came back in, you were muted, and I go, "Well, now what did I do? Damn it!"
Well, hello, Charlie. How are you, big guy? Charlie's my German Shepherd.
Sweet.
Yeah, he's a pretty good boy. He's still a puppy.
Yeah, I got my cat laying next to me. He doesn't like move from my side. I've been working from home for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's like he everywhere I go, this cat's on me. It seems like.
My wife has a cat, and she don't come around me very much. I mean, I love cats, and she'll come up every once in a while, and she'll let me love her and stuff. But she is a one owner cat. You know what I'm saying? She is like.
Yep. I know the feeling. This one, he'll let me. You know, he wants me to pet him and everything else. My wife tries to pet him at all. He'll take a swipe at her. And she's like, "I'm the one that feeds you, fool." So,
sometimes that happens. You know, they get like that.
Yeah.
And
so kind of talking about Jeremiah and Sam's situation again, I think the problem's going to be, well, you know, everybody's saying the court date's May 22nd. I am sure that they're going to have access to an attorney before then. I would think
so too. I mean, I don't think they've changed the laws that much, you know.
No. And I think it's going to be,
because
nobody should be worried about paying for an attorney for them. They worry more about the bond and that, but make sure you're giving them the cash to post bond. I am not going to sign a bond for anybody.
Here's the way I look at things and that, you know, maybe it's because I've had a little bit to do with legal system and stuff. You know, they don't have to have an extradition hearing. They can waive it and go right on and do what they need to do. They've got then. But
is he going to be that stubborn?
I don't know. I don't have a clue. I just been watching Jeremiah a little short bit, and you know, like I said, I don't always agree with everything he does. I see some things that I seen some things that I thought, in my opinion, you know, should have been handled different, and some things that shouldn't have even been done at all. You know what I'm saying? But that's my right to agree or disagree. And
and I've been watching him since he started this channel back up, which has been a long time. And I agree with you 100%. There's some things, and again, it's my opinion.
Right.
It's not my channel. And what he does with his channel is his business. If he wants to go on his channel and go live and ask for money, more power to him. I mean, it's his channel. People need to get over it. It's like, if you don't like it, scroll on by.
Yeah.
Don't antagonize people. I mean, it's like, you know what? He's down on his luck. He's doing what he thinks he needs to do. So let him do it.
At the end of the day, you know what? You know, here's the thing. If people want to help, they help. And that nobody's forcing anybody to help. You know, it's not like he's holding a gun to their head and saying, "Hey, you got to do this."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If people want to help, that's their business, and everything. And maybe people look at it the same way I did. You know, that it's not necessarily that they're helping them directly, but they're helping that child. And it's not the child's fault. You know what I'm saying? People can,
Right.
and I'm not saying anything bad against Jeremiah and Samantha. I think genuinely they're probably good people.
Yeah,
You know?
I think, yeah. And my only issue lately has been him videoing his daughter flipping like the cops off or the auditors off or,
Right.
you know, whatever. For a 5-year-old kid to be doing that, I'm sorry. I disagree with that. I disagree with the way he's done that.
Absolutely.
And I'll disagree with that involving a 5-year-old child.
I
and that
disagree
kind of
with the
stuff.
music video that he done also. I don't know if you saw. I just totally disagree with that. There again, not my child, not my channel.
Right. Oh, exactly. Not my child, not my, you know, yeah, I get he can do what he wants, but I do get to have my opinion. And
Exactly.
I can voice my opinion like he can voice his opinion. And I think that's the difference between myself, yourself, and a lot of others is that I can agree to disagree with somebody.
Right. Absolutely.
You know, I don't have to start drama in order to get my point across. I mean, it's and I know probably when I get my channel going and I can start going live and I get some subscribers that, you know, there's going to be the haters out there. I mean, I've been around on panels for a while. I try to be careful which panels I get up on because there's certain people that
I think I seen you on one of Frodo Troll's videos he done, and you were on the panel, and they was spinning a narrative, and you know how it suits them, and that.
Yeah. They can talk bad about me all they want, man. They don't know me.
I'm sure that I'm going to be a topic of conversation. Well, but like when that guy came in, you know, earlier, I didn't get upset because he called me an effing hillbilly or whatever. Dude, I am. I'm a fat hillbilly. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fat hillbilly. I was raised in the hills of Tennessee.
Yeah.
But just because I'm a Southerner or I'm a hillbilly don't mean I ain't got sense.
See, and that's the whole thing. I've had family members get upset for calling them a hillbilly, and I go, well, what's wrong with being a hillbilly, man? Hillbillies are hardworking son of a guns. I mean, you know, they've got good morals, they've got good ethics. I mean,
and up until I fell off of the school laying rubber roofing and broke my back and died and everything, I worked every day of my life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And still was an addict. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know, I was an alcoholic then. I wasn't into drugs. I was an alcoholic then. What happened after I broke my back proceeded to get me into more harder stuff because I didn't have insurance at the time, and they just cut me off of everything. And I started doing this and that to ease the pain. And there again, I can't blame anybody else but myself because I'm the one that allowed it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to blame the government or the hospital. It was my fault. Nobody made me go out and chase something to make me feel better, you know? But it goes back to what I said before. If you can't afford it and everything and you don't have insurance, you know, people have got to do what they got to do.
Yeah. Did you see what Aaron posted there?
I bet no one here is smarter than a fifth grader. Aaron, you may be correct. I only graduated the sixth grade. No, that was a joke, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Hear a lot of people talk.
I guarantee you.
have any high school education or anything like that. We're all
dumb. Oh my. Definitely on the troll side here.
right. Well,
Yeah, but you know how I learned how to deal with those guys? You just don't pay attention to them and they go away.
I've had some pain all my life, one way or another. Stub my toe, smack myself with a hammer or something, or first girlfriend run off and left me, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I guess if God didn't want Aaron to be here, he wouldn't be here, right?
Right.
So it's a God thing. That's why Aaron's here. So.
Well, thank you for the view, Aaron. That's all I can say.
Yeah, right. Viewing hours. I mean, it all pays the same.
Yeah. Thank you for putting your 2 cents worth in. I'll make a couple.
I don't know. He's got 2 comments in there, dude. It's probably a nickel by now.
I'll make 2 cents off of the live, maybe, if I'm lucky or whatever. But whatever, I'm not doing it for the money.
Yeah.
My mortgage is paid. My bills are paid. I'm not running from the police. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I have food in my freezer. My children are taken care of. So, I mean, I'm not doing it for the money. I do it because it's something I want to do. And it's something I believe in. And if I believe in it, that's my thing.
Yeah, man, exactly. Your thing.
I can't make nobody watch. I can't make people come when I do auctions, come buy stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's well, and that's the thing. It's like people like that sometimes just feel like I guess getting their 2 cents in. I guess they feel like they're paying for it. So
right.
More power to them.
Yeah.
That's why I don't block anybody ever, is because it's killing viewing hours. I wish Jeremiah would quit blocking a bunch of people. It's like, dude, you're cutting your own paycheck there, dude.
And here's the thing. I had a stroke, a mild stroke in 2012.
Yeah.
I don't spell as good as I used to. I don't think about things the way I used to. I get frustrated in my own mind because I know what I want to say, but it don't always come out the way
it doesn't come out the way you want it to. Yep.
I lost motor skills. Yes, I've been to rehab for my motor skills and stuff, and I had to learn to do things over. And I get frustrated, but do I let that stop me? No. And
yeah, but here's the thing that's different between you and what some people are going to try to portray it as, is that you're not complaining about it. You're acknowledging it and accepting it. But somebody will probably try to place a spin that I don't know.
Well, we all, like I've tried to say, we all make bad choices. And was my stroke a product of a bad choice that I made in life? Probably. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I used a lot of recreational stuff, and it probably played part in it. Can I be bitter at the person that sold it to me? No. Can I be bitter at the fact that it happened? No. I can't blame anybody but me. I made those choices to put that substance in my body and make the choice that I made. I deal with the consequences. I'm not bitter about anything. Matter of fact, I want to just be, like I said, a free American. If I want to walk down the street with a camera in my hand and I want to film something, or if I want to talk to a government official, or if I just want to be at Disneyland taking pictures of the rides, as long as I'm not harming nobody, I'm not exploiting any children or anything like that, and I'm not causing anybody any physical harm, why would it be a problem?
Right. But see, so there's where you and I would be a lot alike in the fact that it's the attitude in which you do it that's going to get you a very different response than those that do it differently. Those that go in to antagonize and that are the ones that are going to get the responses that are negative. And that's going to get them clicks and views, and great for them. But that is not what the freedom is all about. I suppose they can do that. Their choice to do it, their freedom to do it. It's just in my opinion, you don't have to be an asshole to do an audit.
No, not at all. But, in the same respect, maybe it's because I have a twisted sense of humor. Like, I see some of the audits that people do, and it's funny. Because maybe it's the entertainment value, maybe because I was
and that's what YouTube is, and I think that's what a lot of people forget. Like AFA, right? He's a freaking entertainer.
Yes.
I mean, that's what he's an entertainer. And he'd admit that to you.
He would have made a great wrestler, bro. I mean,
throw him in the ring with Rick Crude.
That's something else too. I wrestled for 15 years. I was a heel. Heels are bad guys,
Yeah.
And did I piss people off? Sure. It was part of what my character was. You know what I'm saying? Was I rude to them sometimes? But and there again, I'm not just my opinion. I'm not trying to justify it. Was it right? Probably not. But at the end of the day, when mommy and daddy and little Johnny and little Susie went home, they were entertained.
Yeah.
And they wanted to come back next week to see me get my ass whooped. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, by proxy, I done my job.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Just like with a lot of the channels, yes, people are getting educated. They don't realize it. Even if they disagree with some of the ways that, now I want to know more about, like, if I'm a new person and I see it, and even if it shocks me a little bit, well, what if I want to learn more about the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or just the Bill of Rights,
or the third, the fourth, the fifth,
the Constitution in
general, Bill of Rights.
Because, well, why is this guy so passionate about it? You know what I'm saying? And why did these people act the way they did? Because, and then if you think, well, damn, I may have acted like that if somebody came in with a camera. And, well, how silly is that when you start to thinking about it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a way to look at things, And I hear everybody goes, well, what would you do if somebody was standing outside in front of your house with a camera? Well, as long as they're not on my property, I can't stop them. It's their
shit. I may go out and pose for them.
Right.
And actually, the better thing to do is shut the shades.
I'd go out and have a conversation with them. Well, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Why are you here? Not to be an asshole, but it's just a common question. And anybody asks that question, why are you here? Are you interested in buying my house? I'll sell it to you.
Yeah, you trying to intimidate me with your camera? It's not going to work. I'm an intimidator.
It's like I told that one guy the other day, and that he goes, and he didn't turn his camera on, and we wasn't talking. He goes, "Is a law enforcement," and he goes, "Well, what if I just put my camera right in your face?" I said, "Well, you got the right to." Yeah, but I'm a cop, and I'm on duty. I said, "So what? You still got a First Amendment right." You think I'm intimidated by your camera? Dude, I'm on camera all the time. That shit don't bother me. Hell, I've been on camera for over 15 years.
Shit, dude, you walk down the goddamn street. You're on camera. I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, how do you think they catch criminals anymore? They know so these camera systems are very sophisticated.
They ain't shitting, they are.
So they can sit there and see you, right? And they think you're suspicious for whatever reason. They can tag you, and then it will pop up on a console every camera you've passed and at exactly what time. So they can figure out where you're going. They do the same with cars and license plates.
Yep.
Whether people want to believe it or not, that technology is here and it's being used all over the place. That's how they catch these guys. I mean, so to be upset about a guy with a camera and to get on a YouTube
Absolutely.
channel and start, poking fun at somebody, because
he hit the wrong button again. He'll be back in a second, guys. What you doing, my man? How's it going, Millie Vanilli? Millie Vanilli. Oh. Hell yeah, man. I love to entertain. I like the entertainment aspect of things. And
yeah, sorry about that. The damn phone.
No, shit happens.
I even forgot what I was saying. But there's cameras everywhere. I mean, it's just how they catch people nowadays. And to think that somebody else walking down the street with a camera brings any more information to people than what's already out there on you is nuts. So, and to come onto a YouTube channel, and make fun of people for doing it, it's like, well, go make fun of your city officials. I mean, they're the ones that are paying for this stuff.
Well, and here's something else too. Everybody don't realize that no matter where you go, you're being watched. Google Earth is a prime example.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can Google Earth anything and see exactly what the layout on the thing is. Okay. People don't realize that's there. Some people know it, some people don't. Google Earth 360. I can go all around somebody's property if I have their address, and that same thing with people walking down the street. If you have a driver's license or a social security card or something like that, guys don't realize you're in a database. They can pull you up. There is no such thing as private. There is no expectation of privacy anymore. If you're in a system and you have a government identification, you're in the system. They can find you. Whether you've been fingerprinted or not, they can find you. That's how a lot of the criminals get caught. So, I don't see why people get so upset over a person with a cell phone or even if they're carrying around a big $5,000 camera. You know what I'm saying? That's their choice.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot of clicks and views for those, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't afford no $5,000 camera. I've got a $49 camcorder over here and I don't ever use the damn thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny to see some of those. I mean, there's some good auditors out there that do things.
There is.
I mean, I think some of them don't really understand that, the whole post office thing. The post office has already addressed that. I mean, Poster 7 may have some verbiage on it, but when it comes right down to it, the postmaster can refuse service to you.
Yep.
I mean, they can refuse service to you and ask you to leave. And people don't want to believe that. And those are the people that get arrested.
But
I mean,
here's the thing, though. I've seen the letter. I've got a copy of it. As a matter of fact, when we done the post office over in Huntington, Tennessee, and the lady,
the DHS memo.
yes, about
Yeah.
don't antagonize and stuff like that. And she told me she was going to call her supervisor and blah blah blah. Okay, call your supervisor. And that I'm not trying to on purposely, make you feel uncomfortable. I had legitimate business there. I'm here with 2 carts full of packages that I'm sending off. Just because I chose to record that transaction don't make me a bad guy. Calm down.
Yeah. Well, and so here's the thing, right? If you would have left your phone in your shirt pocket recording, she wouldn't have thought twice about it, because
Right.
she wouldn't have known you were recording. I mean,
Absolutely.
that's what's ironic about when some of them get really upset about it. It's like, well, look, if I'd just left my phone in my pocket and been recording you, and the same video would have ended up online either way. I said, at least I gave you the common courtesy to let you know I was recording you. I mean,
and that's the thing too. If people were trying to be malicious, if I'm gonna go into a place and I'm gonna steal private information, I'm not gonna advertise that I'm stealing private information. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
I'll
and
come
I
in
think
with a
that's the
hidden
point.
camera, like
Yeah.
on my glasses. They make them now, glasses with cameras in
Oh
them.
yeah,
They make
yeah.
hats with you can put cameras in. People that are for the most part, maybe there's a 5% that might come in there and actually try to steal information and be up for that because they're stupid, But I would say that not everybody that walks in that's got a camera openly is trying to, situation like with Angry Vet. He got arrested for filming the VA, and I watched that video. The problem was there is certain areas that you're allowed to record to. Once you pass a certain threshold and you're only back there because you've been invited, right?
Yep.
If you're recording that conversation, that is wiretapping. No matter where you go, it's wiretapping, because the party and that is not, no matter who it is, doctors, lawyers, whatever, unless they're informed. That's why police have to tell you when they take you in for interrogation, this conversation is being recorded.
Yeah.
Because
There's a
if
great
not,
big ass camera sitting there in the corner recording you.
right, they have to tell you that, because because you can refuse to be on video or audio, and it, because if not, it is considered wiretapping. But they have advised a lot of the wiretapping laws. They don't apply like they used to. Was it wrong for him to start videotaping and recording when she told him that she refused him service? He did tell her in video that he was going to have to start recording, because and that. So was it consensual? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. It's not for me to judge. Do I think that he was wrong? Absolutely not. If you're being violated, how else are you going to know if you don't take action?
Yeah, true.
But maybe I'm wrong, but this is the way I look at it. There was laws in place when Rosa Parks sat in the front seat. It was illegal. Was she wrong for sitting there? No, she wasn't, because that she was being violated. And you shouldn't judge somebody because of their color of their skin or the religion they believe in or anything else, you know. And that's the disconnect from people. We are quick to judge something about somebody because we don't like it. Well, I don't like the what color shirt you're wearing, or I don't like the type of music you listen to. I don't like the type of car you know what I mean?
And that's what creates all this dissension in the world right now,
yep.
and people arguing. It's like parents have forgotten to teach their kids that everybody's different, and
well, I
they
don't
may
like
not necessarily like what you like,
you know,
and they may not necessarily dislike what you dislike.
right?
You know, we don't have to frickin' argue about it all the goddamn time.
Could you imagine how boring this world would be if everybody agreed about everything and we all liked the same stuff and we all lived in the same house and we all drove the same car and we all had the same pets and we all went to the same church and we didn't have any opinion and we walked around like little drones and sheep?
Yeah,
And
right.
some little guy, you know, with a little as a leading us along like we're puppets, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I say, it's you know, are there things like people like Jeremiah that have done that I disagree with? Absolutely.
Sure.
Does
And I'm sure
it
there's other
mean?
people that disagree with it. They don't say
Yeah,
nothing about it.
yeah, but does it mean he's a bad person? You know, and do I need to berate and belittle him because of one or two things that I don't agree with him?
No.
You know, I mean, I just that's the part that drives me crazy about the trolls. It's just like, you know what? If you're not interested, then go on. But please come to the channel and give me my watch hours. You know,
There's a guy called Troll the Troll. I don't know if you've seen that channel or not, but oh my God, boy, he really just rips on Frauder the Troll.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I just know for me, it's I don't know why Indiana and some of those guys keep blocking those guys. It's
Now
like,
I'm
dude,
probably going to get ridiculed for saying this, but you know, here's my thought. Honest to God, Frauder the Troll probably is a good guy. Not saying anything bad. And he said it, guys. He's doing it just for the money. He does it to
clicks and views, man.
exactly. And they feed into him. The guy's name is literally Frauditor Troll for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I've watched him, and I like hearing his narrative and his thoughts on things. And
well, it's a different point of view. It's perspective, right?
sure, it's just like education, man. It's like history. People have different points of view on history. You can take from it or away from it however you choose to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can't cancel history. That's what people don't forget. What people forget.
Yeah, and canceling history is what's going to cause us to repeat the bad part of it.
Yep.
Because we're not educating and we're not teaching the people. Okay, it may be disturbing, but it was wrong, and some of the things that happened were wrong. But why did they feel this way? Why did the people feel like they needed to fight for that reason? You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what
exactly.
it was.
There were a lot of different points of view from that war.
Right.
A lot. You know, was I a slave? You know, was I, you know, all kinds of different points of view you can have from that. And if we don't hear from all those, and whether you were fighting for the North or the South, I mean, you know, there's different points of view. There's different stories to tell. And that's what I'm fearful that is getting canceled is all of the different viewpoints. Taking statues down
exactly
doesn't change what happened.
So, and that's the point that I brought up too. Should we just go through every place in America and take down all the signs and all the roadways that represent Martin Luther King?
You know shit, I mean? You'd kill this town
because
people wouldn't know where to go.
You know what? He was a civil rights leader. Was he aggressive? Yes. Did he get a lot of good points across? Yes, he did. Was he wrong on some things? Sure. Ain't we all? But just because his point of view didn't fit what I think, and that doesn't mean I should persecute the man, because he had an opinion and he voiced his opinion and he changed a lot of people.
Right. And he voiced it from his point of view.
Right.
And we can't take people's point of view away from them.
Oh, well, he insinuated riots and he riled people up and blah, blah, blah. George Washington had done the same thing. He started a revolution.
Yeah.
Let that sink in for a minute. You people sitting out there listening. Think about what I just said. Martin Luther King was no different than George Washington or the forefathers that founded this country. No different.
Yep. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's all he was doing. I mean,
because it was an injustice, and it saddens me that we see it every day, that we're fighting the same war that we fought over 200 years ago.
Yeah. And it should have been in the past.
I am no better than anybody else. No matter what color my skin is, no matter what
your religion is.
Right. What my thoughts of freedom, my idea of freedom is, as long as I'm not hurting nobody and I'm not breaking any laws and I'm not causing anybody any physical pain or I'm not putting others in danger, why would you judge me? To be a free citizen, to exercise my rights. And people, that's what I'm talking about. And as long, everybody has the same rights. How we choose to use them is our constitutional right. It's our freedom.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think some misunderstand what a platform like YouTube is for. Dude, I'd love to do panels with you. I'd love to get a channel started and do some panels with you.
Anytime, man. Like I said, I'm not the smartest person, and
no, neither am I, dude. But I think we could bring up, the latest news and talk about what's going on, and not have to try and tell people what to think about it, and give them a platform that they can respond with how they feel about it without fear of being judged, at least by us.
I think, I hear people say, I use the term myself sometimes. Some people will always follow something that is comfortable. And when it gets uncomfortable, they don't like it. As long as they're steady waters, everybody wants to ride the boat. But when the waters get a little wavy and that, and start hitting a few high waves, people jump off the boat because they don't like the confrontation. If there's not a confrontation or a different opinion of something, and that, well, guys, you're just a puppet. You're being led by a puppet master. Everybody needs to use their brain and think outside the box for a minute, as far as, what I mean? I'm not saying wait a minute, let me rephrase that. That's the way I do. Anybody can feel how they want to feel.
Yeah.
But just because I don't necessarily agree with everything our government does, or I don't agree with everything the law enforcement does, or I don't agree with everything a preacher does, or I don't agree with everything, doesn't mean I'm a radicalist. It don't mean I'm a sovereign citizen. It doesn't mean I'm a constitutionalist or whatever. I'm a fucking human being is what I am. I have a brain and I'm using it and I'm thinking about different narratives and different prosperities.
Yeah. Well, don't you love how they've tried to use conservative and liberal
Yeah.
to divide this country? And it's like, there's more moderates in this country than there are conservatives or liberals.
Yeah.
and it's like, but they use that to like draw a line in the sand. And it's like, but when we talk about the government, we're talking about both parties.
Right.
And that's what people can't figure out. It's like, I'll go on record as saying that I think for the conservatives, I think personally, it's a very bad idea for Trump to run again. And I think it's because he has too many other things going on right now that need to be addressed before he should ever run again. But that's my personal opinion.
Right. And I supported Trump. But in the same respect,
same here.
Same respect, I think that he allowed himself to get caught up in the bullshit with social media. And there was some things, whether it was his constitutional right or not, he should have just shut the fuck up.
I'll say, I supported him. And I think his biggest problem is he doesn't know how to do that. And, there's just certain things that just don't need to be said. Right.
Absolutely.
And I think it was the whole power trip thing for him. I couldn't tell you what happened in the 2020 election. All I know is that we're 3 years beyond it. So let's quit talking about it and let's focus on what's ahead of us.
And the question is, will we ever really know? No, probably not.
No. I mean, just like the whole thing with with Dan Quayle. Back in the day, wasn't it Dan Quayle, the Chads off of the ballots in Florida that were causing confusion? And
Al Gore, wasn't it? Yeah, Al Gore.
Al Gore, that's what it was. Yeah. So, I mean, are we ever going to know the truth on that one? I don't think so. But the fact of the matter is that they conceded. The same thing with when Trump won in 2016. I mean, Hillary could have done the same thing that Trump did, right?
Right.
She could have started crying foul, and she could have raised a big stake. But they chose to take a higher road and fight. They knew the war wasn't going to be won if she fought, right? It's like they're choosing their battles, and I feel like everybody is. All those that jumped on the whole bandwagon of, the election was fixed and everything else after so long, it's like, look, you need to choose what battle you're going to fight. And so we lost a battle. Get ready for the next battle. I mean, that's what they're doing in Ukraine, right?
Yep.
They're choosing which battles they're going to fight. And I'm not saying people taking up arms or anything like that here. I'm talking about, we fight with our election powers.
And see, Ukraine is a prime example, and that's what I've tried to tell people. Whether you agree with how people live or anything else, it just goes to show that if people have a will to stand up for what they believe in, there is no amount of power that's going to take them down without a fight.
Dude, their president has been in those battles. He's been in the trenches with them.
Yep.
Do you think our presidents would do that? Any of our presidents?
Hell no, they'd go hide in a hole somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, so do I agree with us sending all this money over there? No, we can't even take care of our own. But we also have to look out for the interest of the world too, right? The interest of the most population. um, and people don't think that there's anything to fight for in Ukraine. Well, I hate to tell you, Ukraine gets under Russia control. We lose a lot of energy supplies and a lot of other minerals and stuff that that we wouldn't have access to. So, war is like that goddamn abortion topic. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I always thought it was the pro-abortionists were all about my body, my choice, unless it came to the vaccination. And then the vaccination was, no, you have to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what happened to my body, my choice? Where did that go?
TV. Oh yeah.
You just have to be careful what you ask for. I mean, you can't have it both ways.
Absolutely.
And when it comes to the pro-life, pro-abortion, group, to me, it's none of my business. It's between the woman and her doctor. Other than that, do I think there probably needs to be some kind of regulation around it? Yeah, I'm sure there does, but then what freedom am I going to give up too? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think there's a right answer.
This is gonna be fun. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I hope you guys like the updated intro.
So did we lose everybody?
No, there's 6 people sitting here. Of course, there's probably some people like myself that have multiple devices that are watching further control.
Yeah, I felt bad we lost Indiana Auditor. I mean, he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's been keeping an eye on the channel over. I don't know how long it's going to actually.
It's beyond the 20 hours. So I hope Jeremiah's not getting charged for it.
It's at 22 hours now, and it's still streaming.
Yeah. I think it just quits recording. It won't save the recording, I think is what it is. After
10 hours, I think it is, or something like that, they stop recording. Of course, there's nothing to see anyway, just to worry about recording back on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're going to miss seeing a whole lot. I mean, I guess all the hubbub was last night, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Well, see it. I heard about it on Huckleberry's channel. See, I can watch people from all different points of view. I feel like I learned from it. And Huckleberry and Jeremiah have had some problems in the past, in the recent past. And she's called him out on some things, and Jeremiah doesn't like it, but she's entitled to her opinion of what she feels about it. And she brought it up, that something about them getting arrested. So I jumped over and saw that his channel was live and blank, and then I see Indiana Auditor posting a bunch of stuff, and I know him and Indiana are real close, and I've been on some panels with both of them, on Jeremiah's channel. I've been on panel with Jeremiah and Indiana Auditor and that, and Indiana Auditor gives him unconditional support. And I just don't know how long Indiana Auditors watched him. Like I said, I've watched Jeremiah since he fired this channel back up.
Right.
So I've seen how long some of these behaviors have gone on, and again, he's in a situation that he's in, and he's a big boy, and he'll figure out how he's gonna deal with it. And if I can help, I can help. If I can't, I can't. And I mean, he's just another human being, and I think that's what we're all here for, is to help other human beings.
Right. Absolutely. Well, hello, Barbara. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're enjoying the conversation. And that, you know, that's the thing. You know, everybody has different opinions. You know, you've talked about that before. You know, opinions are, you know, my opinion of people and different things. The reason why I shouldn't have to answer why I do things. I do what I do because I want to do it. And, you know, if you see me on camera, if I release a video with me being mean to somebody, you'll best know that you'll see what led up to that, because all of our videos, I don't edit them out. I may add some stickers or commentary, you know, or whatever, and that, but I'm not going to edit out why I was giving this person hell, because I want people to see why I got to that point. Just like you can't make an officer or a sheriff or anybody else come out and snatch you up for no reason just because you're standing there recording on a sidewalk or whatever. You know, if you're going to trespass me, you have to first tell me or to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if I choose to stay and I get arrested for trespassing, then that's between me and the court. Should you be put in jail for it? No. You know what I mean? I don't think that people should be hauled off for being in a spot where they don't need to be. If they, you know what I mean? You tell them to leave, you take them, and if they don't want to leave after you've gave them a trespass notice or whatever, then you take them to jail. Yeah, you know. I don't think that you know, if I'm not on a private business and I'm not in there trying to steal from them or just there to you know, like fishing illegally or something like that, you know what I mean? You know, I don't see what the big deal is, because at the end of the day, what did I hurt by standing there with a camera recording people's reaction?
Yeah, and I think that's where some of that comes down to, nightmares, that some of these people don't know where their own property lines are and what is a right of way.
Right.
But I will say some of the auditors don't understand some of it either.
You're correct.
Like blocking a driveway. You know, whether you're just walking across or what, if you're impeding customers from getting into that business, well, now it's a whole different situation, right? And if they do ask you to leave and you don't leave, when the cops show up, and you haven't left, that is a criminal trespass.
Right.
I mean, they asked you to leave, you chose not to leave. Now the police are involved. Now the police don't just have to ask you to leave. I mean, you kind of made your bed when you decided not to leave when the owner asked you to leave. So,
but that goes back to that thing that I was talking about earlier. Rosa Parks was asked to get out of the front seat and move to the back too.
Sure. No, but look, she took her punishment too, dude.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it'd be a whole different ball game had she not done that too. I mean, absolutely. You know, if she would have resisted arrest and everything else and not taken her punishment, I think we'd be in a whole different situation. But the fact that she stood up to it, to point out an injustice, is, you know, why there are so many rights now. where things are equal. I know people don't think things are equal, and I can say that I could see some conspiracies in the inner cities and that, like you were mentioning earlier, um, there are things there to hold them back. Um, I mean, methamphetamines, crack cocaine, all that stuff was introduced there for a reason.
Sure.
And that was to put more of them behind bars, more people behind bars. There is no them and us. We are we. There just happens to be, certain races that are impacted more by it, and it shouldn't be. Go look at prison populations. It's they're fighting for their lives. That's these people are trying to stay alive, and that's how they know how to stay alive.
And see, that's something too that gets me is people get upset when they see a homeless person, or maybe not even a homeless person, somebody that's down on their luck, and they're standing on a corner or they're sitting by a road sign and they're asking for help. Okay. So, and there is people that take advantage of that. I get it. I've seen it. Okay. I've seen both sides of that. But who am I to tell somebody that is genuinely in need, that is already at the lowest point of their life, and probably was a good person before some circumstances happened to them, whether addiction or whatever, that they can't stand there and they've already lowered themselves to the lowest point where they're having to hold a sign and beg, that they can't do that. You know what I mean? If they're not interfering, they're not stopping traffic, and they're not hurting nobody. If people want to stop and donate, they can. If they don't have to.
They drive by.
Exactly. And if somebody stops and gives them a blanket or food or something, why would you be upset about helping somebody that is asking for help in their own way that they know how?
Right. And here's and this again goes to not just handing somebody cash all the time, because you're not teaching them to fish. You're you're giving them cash, and they're not learning anything to go do it. So around here there's a group that says, here, put these packages together, and what you're supposed to do is put like a comb, a toothbrush and toothpaste, some deodorant, a couple of pair of socks, in a little baggie. And when you see somebody like that, you hand them that instead of cash. Maybe it's something they need, maybe it's something they don't need.
Right.
I don't know. I think everybody can always use a new toothbrush and toothpaste, and socks are always a good thing to have. Deodorant's a good thing to have. But nobody ever wants to sit down and have a conversation with those people either. Try it sometime. Try it sometime. It's pretty interesting. You'll find out just how spiritual some of those people really are.
In 2008, I moved from Tennessee to Florida. Come on now, stop that mess. Go get a drink of water. I've done told you 4 times. You got water. I don't know why you don't go get some. I don't know why he's doing that. I'm going to have to take him to the vet, I guess. I moved to Florida, and I took over management of a motel. And Thanksgiving came around, and I decided, and there's a lot of homeless people there. And I decided, since we had an outdoor grill and we had 5 or 6 picnic tables sitting out there, and we had plenty of room, that I was just going to cook a meal for everybody. And I told the people in the community, look, here's the deal. I have plenty of turkey. I have plenty of ham. If you want to come, come. The only thing that I ask of you is, for one, don't be intoxicated. Don't be intoxicated when you show up, out of respect for everybody else. 2, if you have it, bring a can item. Bring a canned food item. And that, whether it be beans, whether it be whatever you think, corn, whatever. And we had one of the best Thanksgiving meals I have ever eaten in my life, because it was a community coming together. I didn't judge anybody. We fed the guests at the hotel. We fed the homeless people. And that was probably one of the best Thanksgiving dinners I've ever had, because a community came together, regardless of religion, color, creed, political belief, or anything else. We were people first.
Yeah, I had an interesting one, and I can't. It's been back in the many years ago. I was doing some work at the Salvation Army, and
What was the dog's part about?
the lady there that was in charge asked me about if I wanted tickets to an Easter dinner that they were putting on for a fundraiser. And I was like, well, I don't know if I can get down here, but sure, I'll take 2 tickets. So when I'm leaving the place, I mean, I know dang good and well I'm not going to go down there on Easter Sunday. I had things to do. And so as I walk out the door, there's a homeless guy sitting on the curb of the street, right by where I had parked. And I asked the guy, I said, so do you know what day it is? And he said, yeah, today is Thursday. I said, okay. I said, so do you have a way to tell time? And he's like, yeah, I've got a little pocket watch that I, keep in my pocket. So actually it wasn't even a pocket watch. It was a broken watch that he kind of kept in his pocket. And I said, okay. I said, here's 2 tickets for Sunday, and this is what time the meal starts. So you can go and you can bring somebody, or just you can go or whatever, but it'll be a big, Easter meal for you. And he's like, really? And I went, yeah. He goes, oh man, thank you so much. So the next week I go into the Salvation Army, and the lady pulls me aside. She goes, I've got a story to tell you. And she goes, Sunday, we had that big meal for, a fundraiser. And she goes, and this guy comes to the door, and he's got 2 tickets in his hand, and he's trying to come in, and people are telling him that he can't come in because this meal is not for him. But he had 2 tickets in his hand. She says, so I see this guy, and I go down and ask him. She goes, did somebody come out of the building the other day and give you these 2 tickets? He said, yes, ma'am. She said, come with me. So she took him in, and at first she said everybody was kind of looking at him weird and everything else. But then the donors all got to commune with him and got to talk to him, got to know him, got to know about him and the type of people that they're helping. And they said it was the best fundraiser they ever had, and that this guy ended up getting a job with somebody that was there as a donor after they heard his story. And she goes, I knew that had to be you that gave him those tickets. And I go, again, I didn't do it. God did it because I knew I couldn't make it to the meal. So I didn't make that guy sit on the corner there. Somebody else put him there. I said, all I did was gave the tickets. I go, the rest is on everybody else. She goes,
Absolutely.
so, but it was just funny to see how people were going to treat him differently because he was a homeless guy. But then once they got to know him, you know, and that's what, and it was probably that situation that made me more apt to sit down and have a conversation with some of these panhandlers, just to get to understand their situation. I mean, there's a lot of them that are not in that situation because they choose to be.
Absolutely.
You know, they're in that situation, maybe by some bad choices they made. Some of them may not be bad choices that they made. Some of them just may be circumstances that are beyond their control. And you know, I mean, most of the time, as long as you smile and acknowledge them, you make their day, man. I mean, a simple smile and just greeting somebody. You never know whose life you're going to save just by smiling at them and saying good morning or good afternoon. How are you today? You know, maybe they're going to tell you they feel like crap. Maybe they tell you, it's a horrible day. How dare you ask me? But I guarantee you, just by getting them to look you in the eye and smile, you may have saved their life that day. So, to me, it's worth doing it.
Absolutely. And, I know a homeless guy that worked in an office, and the only way he had to take a shower, and that, matter of fact, I made a short about it. It's on my thing. The only way he had to take a shower, and that was at the car wash, and somebody called the cops on him, and when the cop shows up, you know what the cop does? Instead of taking the man to jail, he helps him take a shower with that car wash, and then gives him a towel to dry off and everything.
Well, there you go. Wait a minute. Did you say a tyrant did that?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is the part that we're not seeing on YouTube when it comes to audits and that. We're not seeing the good police officers.
And I believe there is some pigs out there. And,
I
and
do
that
too.
because they're a cop, it's just because they're acting like a pig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but people don't. Most of the guys that are taking that job aren't taking it for a power trip. They're taking it seriously to serve and protect. They're trying to serve their community because for the amount of money they get paid to do what they do, you couldn't convince me to do it. My heart would have to be in a whole different place.
We have a officer that is chief of police here. Do I think this guy is a tyrant? Yes, absolutely. Go watch some of our videos where I've tried to interact with this gentleman, and not to belittle him or anything. He has run. I mean, run completely to get away from the camera. And he's afraid that I'm going to ask the tough questions, which I have the right. Any journalist would. And no matter whether he's chief of police or whether he was mayor or whoever else, I want to ask him about the allegations of telling a female that he would let her go if she done sexual favors. If it's not true, why worry about it? Or you can just say I decline to answer. But that's why he's run from me, because he knows that's what I'm going to ask him.
Well, but has anybody else in the media asked him?
No.
That's crazy.
I've got it from a source that works with the sheriff's department that has confirmed that they have audio and video of it happening. I have a records request in, which is my constitutional right. Whether they can give it to me now or not, I don't know, because it's an ongoing investigation.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be an ongoing investigation and they'll keep you from getting it, but that doesn't keep you from having the right to ask for it.
Because now let me flip the narrative on that. I do know that in some instances, law enforcement officers are accused, male and female, of stuff that they don't do.
Yep.
And the narrative is flipped where they're trying to make look bad, which goes back to my point. If every police agency had body cams and the officers were not allowed to shut them off or mute the audio and everything, it ought to be against their policy. They should be violated from the time they're on their way to a stop, and that their dash cam and body cam should be on. Footage should automatically be uploaded to a system where it can't be erased, and that by the person operating the body cam.
Right.
And
So the major metro area that I live in, they use Motorola for their dash cam, body cam, everything else. So as soon as they hit their lights, it activates dash cams, it activates body cams and recordings and everything else. Now, the mistake that the city made, which was against what Motorola told them, is that there is a system-wide setting that allows the body cameras to be muted or not. Motorola's recommendation to the cities, all cities that they sell this system to, is that do not enable that feature. It is better for you to record everything, and then in a FOIA request, you can mute out what you want, but there needs to be a record at all times. Because if you give them the ability to mute at any time, then the perception can be that there is something nefarious that they have done.
absolutely.
But and this city has one of the highest crime rates and has one of the worst reputations with the police force in the country. And they went ahead and enabled that feature anyway. And, not to play politics, but it's a Democratic mayor with a very progressive mentality. And of all people, he's the one that says it's okay for them to mute on this stuff. And it's like, I don't understand. You would think that you would want your officers to be in the clear all the time. And you can say that there may be things that they're going to say that you don't want, out there. But you decide that later. It all needs to be there to be reviewed by the police board and anybody else that needs to review it. in case there is an officer involved shooting or something like that, or a beating.
And I also believe, and this is just my opinion, that police officer investigations should be handled by an independent, not internal. I don't think it should be handled by internal police. You know what I mean? If they need discipline, that's one thing. But like when you have somebody, an allegation of beating or a sexual allegation or tampering with evidence, whatever, that kind of stuff should be looked into and turn by an independent agency and give their non-biased opinion of whether the officer or officers were wrong.
Yeah. So, true story. I have a. Go ahead.
It could be an independent panel of either retired law enforcement or lawyers, somebody that's educated, even enough to know the difference between right and wrong. So not what I'm saying. People that are not going to be, what I'm saying, not going to be biased.
Yeah.
And I know every situation is different, but why do we keep having cases like Terry Nichols and Rodney King and just others, like the woman that died in Knoxville, you know what I'm saying, in the back of a patrol car because they ignored her and they thought she was faking? Why do these incidents have to keep happening? If they would just have paid attention, that lady was already at the hospital. Oh, the hospital kicked her out. Well, obviously they were wrong, right? So the lady died.
Yeah. So here's a true story for you. People don't think evidence gets tampered with. I know somebody in Kentucky that was accused of murder. It was a hung jury, the first trial. They let him out. And then, for whatever reason, they decided to bring charges again, like 10 years later. So they bring charges. He loses in court because they wouldn't let a particular witness testify. And they didn't check into the background of another guy. So this guy goes to the pen. He's in the pen for almost 10 years. And he's trying to get out. Well, they had asked him for a semen sample. And he was accused of murder. On the girl's jumpsuit, there was never any semen on it. All of a sudden, there's semen on the jumpsuit, and based on new technology, his DNA was now found on the clothes. So come to find out, long story short, he was set up by a trooper and a prosecuting attorney in Kentucky. The trooper has now died. The guy is out of jail or out of prison, and the prosecutor is being prosecuted. So don't think it can't happen. It happens to people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, Dart. I'm not 100% sure.
Has arrived.
Who's Chili? What?
That's the one that helped raise some money for Jeremiah and them last night. Kelly Walsh just said on Frauditor Trolls, I was the one of many who called Tennessee police last night. Wow.
Yeah, they probably got tired of listening to people. Well, I know Dart was over watching Jeremiah's channel for the longest time. I guess he stuck with it a long time. Is it still going, Dart?
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Like I said, I hope it's not a big bill racking up for Jeremiah for overages. Because I don't think anybody can kill the stream.
No, you can't.
I think, you know what? I think the only way you might be able to kill the stream, but see, you just don't know. I think the only way you could kill the stream is to report it for something, and they might take down the stream.
Well,
Like,
I think eventually what's probably going to happen. Hello, Swamp Picker. What eventually will happen is their Wi-Fi will probably kick off and kill it, or something, like that, like it's done before.
yeah.
But ain't that weird how that works? You can be sitting there talking, and your Wi-Fi will mess up, or something will mess up with YouTube. But if you just walk away from a stream and it's been going 22 hours, almost 24 hours with no problems,
So
I think
was he live anyway, and then it happened, or did he go live as it was happening?
he was already live. Yeah, give me just a second, Bubba.
Sure. So is there anything interesting still going on over there, Dart? Well, it would have been nice, Dart, if they'd have been back in their room by now. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see if they get an attorney on Monday. I can't imagine that they're going to keep them away from an attorney, a court-appointed attorney, until Monday, or until after Monday. I would think that they would. I don't know how that works. I haven't been in the court system, so I don't know if they have to be charged first before they can ask for a court-appointed attorney, or if they can ask for a court-appointed attorney now and hopefully have one there on Monday in order to figure out how this is all going to work instead of having to wait until May 22nd for their extradition hearing or whatever. Because I know nothing. Oh man, I didn't see Millie Vanilli was in here.
Yeah, I'm still here, brother. I'm on a phone call with my daughter.
Oh no worries, dude. I was talking about Millie Vanilli. See, I'm not a very entertaining guy when I'm on my own.
So how's everybody doing over here? You still here, people? Don't leave me. I live here. Yeah, my daughter's called, so I'm talking with them guys. Hang out if you want to. I'm not telling you what to do, and that I'm just so don't think I've disappeared on anybody. So what's everybody having for supper tonight? I don't know what we're having yet. It's probably about time I figure it out, right? No, I'm sure that they're cooking something down there. I don't know what, but yeah. Well, at least you can have a Subway sandwich or something when you come away from the shop. Now, see, why did you have to go mention catfish for, man? Now I want some catfish. You're just wrong, bro. That's just wrong. That's like saying to a country boy, you're going to go get some fat back and collard greens. Shit, I don't know, man. I like catfish. I love all kinds of good stuff. I don't know what we're having for supper though. Sorry, it's muted, guys. Like I said, I'm on the phone with my daughters and that, so sometimes they play music and I don't want to get a copyright strike. Hell yeah! You know what else would be good, man? Take some tilapia, a little lemon pepper, and that, and grill it. Oh,
What's up, bub? Oh, you must still be on the phone.
Yeah, just chatting. You're fine. You can come in here and just sit and hang out. You ain't gotta leave.
No, I went to get dinner.
Oh yeah, what are you having for dinner?
Art's taco shit.
Oh, cool. Me and she's having tacos. Me and Card Shop was sitting there talking about catfish and stuff.
Ah, yeah, I love my tacos are more like burritos.
Yeah, ours are too. I use the soft ones instead of the hard.
Yep. Same here. But my cats seem to like it. My cats seem to like it as much or more than I do. So
Right? Ah, damn. Oh,
stop it.
Amber. Amber.
You talking to him?
Yeah, I was. It's my twin daughters, and they live together with their husbands, and it's just funny. Sometimes they'll holler back and forth at each other, and I poke fun at them a little bit. They're fixing to bring the grandbaby over, and my other daughter is pregnant with her first child, and she's gonna have a granddaughter, and we're just excited because she was told she couldn't have kids, and
Oh wow.
yeah, so we're excited about that. I'm glad that she's finally gonna have a baby. She's 5 months along, so
Oh my.
yeah, so we're excited about that.
That's cool. So I saw Jeremiah's channel was still going. That's kind of crazy. So
yeah, not many people are over it right now. Everybody, all the auditors and everybody's watching Frauditor Troll, myself included. He's restreaming. He's playing the Jeremiah and them. And he's talking about their stuff.
yeah, someday I'll learn to quit hitting the backspace button.
I was gonna say, did you hit the wrong button again?
Yeah, always.
My little mouse has got a thing on it, and I accidentally hit it sometimes. It's got that it's a gaming mouse, and it's got a little back button on it, and sometimes I'll do it. I'm like, son of a.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I've got a cat that's more interested in my dinner than I am, I think, and I keep trying to shoo her away, and I hit the wrong button again. So what? Frauditor Troll is doing what now?
Thank you so much, Cyberfry, for the 10 Frauditor Troll membership.
No, it just went crazy there for a second.
Did you say who? What's Frauditor Troll restreaming?
The rest of Jeremiah and Samantha. Him and Frauditor Wrangler, aka Frauder something or other. I don't know. I ought to restream them streaming that. That'd be funny. Would that be a copyright? And I don't know if that would be against.
Not as long as we're talking over it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
As long as we're adding color to it. they shouldn't be able to say anything.
Yes, like a can't speak to a manager. I'm in my own house. Darn it.
Mhm.
I can't complain about the service.
We got Google Fiber, so I generally don't have issues.
Oh, I'm just waiting to see if I get brought into this whole thing. But I notice generally they don't talk shit about people they can't spin the narrative on.
Well, I mean, Jeremiah's one of those auditors that puts a lot of stuff out there to give people like them shit to talk about. So,
Oh yeah, but in the same respect, the people that that he sent the video to of that officer attacking him and made money off of him, why didn't they offer to give him a percentage? Why didn't they help him? I know of at least, and maybe I'm wrong, but I know of at least 2 big channels that made more than $10,000 off of his videos with over 2 million views on each one of them. And
yeah,
400,000.
SJVT, SJVT, and I don't remember the other one, but dude, that's how they make their money.
And that, you know what I'm saying?
Look now, I understand your point of view. And I'm not saying this is my point of view, but here is another point of view. He begged them to show that video.
I understand that.
So,
but if you're portraying, that's like me coming up here and portraying myself as a man of God. And if
yeah,
you
right.
if you come to me and I get money, from people to bless you, and I don't bless you with that money, you know what I'm saying? Or if I make money off of your tragedy and I don't help you, you know what I mean? Maybe not wrong, but morally, speaking, it's wrong not to try to help somebody you're making money off their back.
Yeah, I will say, look, again, I have nothing against Jeremiah. I will say that as that video was hitting, every time he was going live, and those guys were bringing him new subscribers. I mean, dude, he got almost 4,000 more subscribers after all those guys aired that video.
Yes.
And but on Jeremiah was asking for money on every live he was doing, and I think he aggravated some of the others.
Shot himself in the foot, and
yeah, and like I said, I don't have anything against Jeremiah.
And another thing too, even with the trolls, okay, yes, I know some of the things that they say can infuriate you and everything, but
ignore it.
To say to someone, you need to get on your knees, to put it in a better term so I don't get in trouble. You know what I mean? Or kiss parts of your anatomy on live with a child standing there, that don't make you look good either.
Well, and having your child flip people off. I mean,
right, absolutely.
And then the first thing that got him in trouble with some of the others that he had been friends with for quite some time. I mean, I say friends. Look, they were on the opposite side of auditing from him, right? But they could have conversations. But when they did some video of his daughter doing a booty dance,
right,
And then he made some comment about, send $10 or something like that, or
Right.
was that worth $10 or something? That's when a lot of those people turned against him, and that's when more trolls came out.
Well, and nothing for nothing, regardless of who it was, it could have been anybody. As far as I know, just by what I've studied and stuff like that, to be honest with you, he's lucky he didn't get criminal charges for that, because in some situations that could be considered sexual exploitation of a child.
Well, and that's what I think some of them were trying to point out to him politely, and then he got really defensive about it. And see, and that's where um, I I would hope and pray that he could get some more control over the anger that he gets towards people they're watching his channel. They may be calling him every name in the book, but they're watching his channel. It's like
Right.
it, just like he tells everybody, if you don't like it, go on by. It's like he needs to look at that too, and say, look, I don't like it. I'm not going to even acknowledge it. Just let it go on by. I mean, but then some of the mods get overzealous and
Yeah.
start blocking people and everything. And it's like, the only thing I've ever done as a mod is that I can recall is posting somebody's links. I don't feel like it's my job to block people and delete messages and stuff from people that go against what the guy's talking about, because it should be an open forum. Um, he doesn't have to let them up on panel.
Right.
If they want to talk crap in the chat, let them talk crap in the chat. It's like, let the people in chat argue with each other in chat. And that's why some people don't mod anybody, is they don't want people blocking people.
Right.
But the other reason that other people mod everybody is so that you can share your links and stuff to your channel and everything to promote your own stuff. So, it's a double-edged sword. The other thing, the reason they mod everybody is then nobody can cancel anybody.
Right.
So there's pros and cons to it, and
there again, as far as moderators, and I went and looked at some things this morning, and it's not just his channel. It's a couple others that I went and looked at, where you're like, oh, well, if you buy this membership, I'll give you a wrench that gives you this, or you know what I mean. To me, that's right
bribery.
It's the same as buying subs. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? People come in and they're like, well, hey, look, and whether hell they're right or wrong, they can just be a moderator. The person in your chat that's being a moderator should be somebody that
that supports you.
Yeah, exactly. Like I made Josh and Anna, when they came in earlier, moderators of the channel, because I know when Banana Anna is in, if they come in here and Leroy come in here, and that they're not gonna just time somebody out for or put them on block them because they called me a cocksucker. You know what I mean?
Right. They'll
And
laugh
that's their
about
opinion. I've been called worse. I'm a grown man. It don't hurt me. I've got a thick skin.
it. Yeah.
Now,
was that a thick foreskin, or? Sorry, couldn't pass that up.
in the same respect, if they were talking shit about my children, and that, I would expect them to take care of that problem. You know what I mean? If I couldn't get to it or I didn't see it. And most of the moderators that I have here would. And because children shouldn't be brought into the situation, no matter how you feel about me. Hi, kiddo.
Hey,
Hey.
you got a gas can?
Yeah, somewhere out there.
All right, who's got a gas can?
Somewhere outside, I definitely got one.
All right.
I don't know if it's...
Just making sure you got one, because we didn't grab nothing to put the gas can.
I've got one out there somewhere. If not, I got a 5-gallon bucket you can put it in.
But then how we going to get it in the tank, Dad?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I've got one out there somewhere, I know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be there in a little bit.
All right, honey. Love y'all.
All right, love you.
Later.
Later.
Well, you're not quite hillbilly enough. That should have been love yins all.
Yeah. Well, I'm a hillbilly with a little street smarts, I guess you could say.
Yeah, when I go visit my cousins and stuff, it's always love yins all.
Now,
the love yins all is the ones that gets me.
Now, if I'm around like Janice and a couple others and that, some people will be like, what in the hillbilly hell are they talking about? Because it's like y'all and yuns and, the
yuns, yep.
Yeah. The country comes out,
Yep. As it should.
Yep. But, I'm a little bit educated. Like I said, I think I graduated the 6th grade plus. So
sweet.
I got I studied 3 years of criminal psychology.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
actually,
that's about 6th grade.
I've always been interested in the criminal aspect of things, like what Southern and not apologizing. That's right. I'm Southern and not apologizing for it at all. I've always been interested in the aspect of what made criminals think, and then the people that like say Charles Manson for example. Why did the people feel like they needed to follow him? What inspired them so much? Because the man, even though he was convicted of murder, never killed anybody. David Koresh, the same way. Jim Jones. There again, millions of people. Why though? You know what I mean? And that's the thing that's always fascinating. Maybe not so much, even if it's not criminal, just the psychology part of that. What made people think that this guy was it? And he hit the back button again. Yeah, me too, Card Shop. I'm Southern and proud of it. Hell, I'm not apologizing for it at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
See, that's another one of those misconceptions that all Southerners are stupid and just because you're a hillbilly or whatever, and that you don't have uneducated, and you sleep with your sister and you're fucking your cousin or whatever the case is,
You're not allowed to do that? Just kidding.
Not in Tennessee. In Arkansas, it's legal.
Oh, that's funny. I think Huckleberry's got a thing up as like your dad, your cousin, or something. I don't remember what it is. Have you ever watched Huckleberry?
Yeah.
She's a crack up. God, there's a lot of drama on that channel.
Accent doesn't measure intelligence. You're absolutely right, my friend.
They just crack me up with some of the crap that they do on Huckleberry's channel. It's entertainment, man. I mean, it's all about clicks and views, and it's entertainment. So
you know how you circumcise a redneck?
No.
Kick his sister under the chin.
Oh my.
Man, I've heard them all.
I'm gonna have to remember that one.
I've heard them all, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just,
Yeah.
like I said, that's why I loved it when I wrestled. You know, I loved the entertainment part of it. The fact that, you know, the people when they left, I felt like if they booed or cheered, whichever one they chose to do, you know, that I done my job.
Yeah,
And
they paid for their ticket to be there.
yeah. And, you know, people's like, oh, well, wrestling's fake. Okay. It's predetermined, just like anything else. You already know who the winner is going to be before you ever have the match. Well, all that's true. But how the two performers go out there and put on that show, and that is the main thing. It don't matter who's going to win or lose. You know, my job is to entertain the people. Whoever I'm wrestling or wrestling partners or whatever, however we go out there and present a match, and that is what we're there to do, is to entertain the people. And if we fail to do that, then we didn't do our job right.
Yeah. So this is going way back. Do you ever remember a guy by the name of Handsome Harley Race?
I do. Let me tell you something. Harley Race was one of the hardest hitting mother truckers I've ever seen. And you know what? Back in the day, though, when Ric Flair and all them, they actually potatoed people, and they would, you know, the man who trained me to wrestle, and that, bro, I didn't even get into the ring. I wasn't allowed in the ring until I'd already been training, and he's seen that I was going to stick with it. I've been training to wrestle with him for over 6 months. He taught me on a hardwood floor. I learned to take bumps on.
You got to learn how to, you got to learn how to take falls and everything. It's, so my dad used to work on Harley Race's car.
That is awesome.
It was funny. He had this big old glitzy car with his name written down the side of it. And he even told us that, I mean, you know, we were kids, and he was telling us that, you know, he was a bleeding son of a gun. He was from the blood era. You know, they had all these, he had all these cuts on his forehead and everything. They were putting little pieces of razor blade in the tape that was around their wrists.
Sure.
And they would cut themselves to start bleeding. I mean, he had more scar tissue on his forehead than anybody I'd ever seen in my life, man. I don't think he could have a wrinkle on his forehead because it was all scar.
I had a gentleman that got me into the business, and I traveled with him for a longest time. Went all up in West Virginia and Missouri. Some of y'all may know him. I don't know. Wild Eye Southern boy, Tracy Smothers. And he would conceal his razor blade in his mouth under his tongue.
Oh God.
Yeah. Never once ever cut himself. And that, but man, I'm gonna tell you what, and he was good about getting it out where people didn't see or anything like that. And you know, mine, what I would do when I was going to do a match where I was going to bleed, I would tape it to my finger, the little piece to my finger, and I would leave just enough out so when I went down, I could just take my head and just rake it across and cut it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Boy, those were the days. That was when wrestling was fun.
Yep.
You know, Handsome Harley Race. God, who were some of the other ones?
Jimmy Valiant, Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Valiant, the Moondogs. Oh God, Bill Dundee, Jerry Lawler. You know,
yeah, Lawler was great.
You know, I worked for.
I don't, you know, and I don't know what happened to Rick Crude. I don't know why. I think he just does his clicks and views on YouTube, man, because he can get downright vulgar.
Oh yeah. Well, Iron Sheik's the same way. God, don't watch none of his YouTube videos. Holy cow.
Yeah, I just don't. Because Rick, when you can get Rick talking like we're talking, he's a nice guy. But then he turns into this YouTube performer that is just, maybe it's what he knows. I don't know. I'd rather see more of the nice Rick than than
Well,
than
that's like I was telling people last night. I wrestled Chris Benoit. I got a chance to wrestle him. I
good
wrestled.
wrestler.
I wrestled Ric Flair. I've wrestled Rick Steiner. And had great matches. Me and Chris were very good friends. I'm not going to say close like everybody else, but we were good friends. I had his number. I could call him and stuff. And I was very shocked at what happened with him and his family. And it's a tragedy. I don't know the whole story. I can't make judgment. I know him from what I've seen. But there again, that goes back to that thing, people put on masks. Maybe not
Oh yeah.
literally, but there's part of me that don't want to believe that he was capable of that. But there's parts of me that says, well, maybe he did, So you have to look at it from the outside looking in, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There was a tag team that wore masks, black and white masks. God, I cannot remember.
The Assassins?
No, this goes back to Harley Race and Indian Joe, and
I know there was Mr. Wrestling. Oh God,
maybe it was Mr. Wrestling. It was. They were the first ones to come out with masks, black and white masks, and
was that Mr. Wrestling 1 and 2?
I think it was, and then one of them. Then they broke up as a tag team, and I remember the big gimmick for whenever they were wrestling was people trying to get their masks off. You'd watch Harley Race or Ric Flair or one of them, trying to rip their masks off and everything. And
oh yeah,
that's what kept everybody entertained. But no, dude, we used to sit down every Saturday and watch wrestling as a family.
Oh yeah. We did too. That was a big thing for Saturday nights. We'd gather around the TV and we'd watch wrestling. And my great grandmother, God rest her soul. Yeah, I live close to a train station. In case you didn't notice.
Fucking hillbilly. Oh man.
It sounds like it's right here in my backyard, but it's not.
Yeah. It's Holland moonshine.
Probably.
So, well, I'm glad Jeremiah brought us together. I think it's pretty funny.
It's probably.
I wouldn't have found your channel had you not gone live earlier.
Well, I'm glad. That's the thing. Something else too. I've been talking about too, and of course, I get it. People are afraid that it's like going fishing. When you find a good fishing spot, you don't want to tell everybody where the fish are.
Yeah.
But there these little channels that are out and doing the same thing, that have been doing it and they're not getting any recognition. Why wouldn't you want to help them? We're all basically doing the same thing and for the same purpose, except for this guy has 500,000 subs and I have 500, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
no, exactly. And I've got 6 subs. I mean, I'm right up there with the big guys. I haven't put any content out because there just hasn't been anything to put out. It's like, because I think what I want to do is do more commentary stuff than I want to do, auditing in that, because I think there's, like I said, there's so many parts of the story that aren't being brought together and told, and I think personally, I think there's an audience for it.
Well, and that's something else too. I like doing. I like reviewing videos and giving my thought process on the whole interaction, and good or bad. I've got one now, some body cam footage that I've gotten of. I don't really want to say too much. Well, I don't mind. The officer was drunk on duty, and it's
Oh
going to be a
my.
good. It's going to be a good one. It's really going to be a good one. But the guy that was drunk said the F word so much that I've had to edit it, and that's I have to put in a bleep because too many will get you a strike. Now on my other channel, which is Tennessee Tyrant Hunter, I don't have to bleep it out because I'm not being monetized, and I can put the full unedited version there.
Ah, okay. Well, now I know you got 2 channels. See, I didn't even know that.
I do. It's called Tennessee Tyrant Hunter.
Okay.
Just started it, and back. Well, I've had the channel for a while. I just haven't really done anything with it, And now I'm just uploading videos, and I uploaded a short there a day or so ago, and it got over 3,000 views for a channel with only 6 subs. So that's pretty damn good.
Damn.
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to have to do something like that. Maybe I can get some more subs. Because, like I said, I just want to. I think it would be interesting to. So the auditor goes in and audits, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to go back in after the audit and interview those that were participants in that audit and say, how did that make you feel?
What was your first thought when you seen somebody come in with a camera? I get it. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, don't you think? And then, from the police perspective, what is your take on all of this? And not to make them look bad, but I mean, to show that there's so many different points of view that we're not seeing on these audits, and that it's like, so you got audited. I don't know. I even think that might be something good for an auditor to do, is once you're done auditing, going up and saying, okay, so we finished that part of it. So can you tell me how that really made you feel?
Right.
And why? And if a cop comes in and a cop gets a little handsy and everything else, and instead of berating him for potentially not understanding that you're allowed to do it, but just trying to educate them and say, so, did you learn that it's okay for us to do this? And what were you thinking? And not a what were you thinking in a derogatory way when you ask them the question, but what was going through your mind when you got this call and when you came up and saw us, and then you pulled us away from here or whatever.
Right. And here's the thing. I think conversation, begins like when it's something like that. I don't think that, people should just run law enforcement, especially, should be all like ready to be gun ho. You know what I'm saying? Because if they're not showing a weapon or whatever, and you don't think they're carrying a weapon or whatever, and they're not being, rude or disrespectful, and that, why bring that kind of energy? What I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and see, and that can be challenged sometimes because some of these guys auditors are rude and disrespectful.
They are.
And it's like, I get it. It's clicks and views. It pays the bills. It's frustrating seeing people get treated that way because, It's like they're bullying in some cases.
There's another guy that I watch, and that he does a lot of entertainment. You may have seen him or not. I don't know. SGV News.
Yeah.
I agree and disagree sometimes on some things he does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
for you.
Yes, it's definitely for me. Hello?
Dad can't get in the bag.
Hello?
Hey,
Hey.
get your buddy down.
All right, that was fun.
Let me guess, you get to go pick them up because they're out of gas.
I just fixed to say I got to end the live stream, so. Yeah. I will come back later and everything. Hopefully we'll get some more people come in here. I'd love to have another conversation. Maybe we can get other auditors, to come in and even give their thoughts and opinions and that. I think it'd be pretty damn cool.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, you have a good one, boss.
All right, brother. You too. Thank you.
Later. Bye-bye.
Later, man. All right, everybody. I'll be back after a while sometime. Thank y'all for coming and spending time with us, and I'll catch you on the next one. And that's the reason I stopped you today.